Chat. How we doing, chat? It's good to see you. Welcome in. It's me, your boy, Donkus Jonkus. How are you doing? How's your day been? What's going on? Look at me. Earlier, yeah, I'm sorting it out. I'm getting it sorted. I'm figuring shit out. I'm getting back on track. Progress is not linear. Kaizen, continual improvement. Okay? That's what it is. Welcome everybody who's already here. Rebel Phoenix, what's up? Atomically Powered, good to see you. Middle-earth Marxist with the 125 consecutive streams watched. My God. Bordrella, how are you doing? We got Chilavina, who says, would have been the first in chat, but literally as I clicked the stream, the power went out for a second and the PC restarted. I blame the CIA. The stream is just too electric. That's what that is. Bubble, how you doing? Like walking into the local amusements when I was a kid logging in here. That's the vibe I'm trying to build. That's the community I'm trying to build. That's the vibe I'm trying to go for. Nuclear Slayer with 125 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Board with 100 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Adjust Johnny with the tier 2 subscription for 77 months, taking us to the number 2 for the daily sub goal. Let's fucking go. Already popping off. Got some other housekeeping to bring up, which probably won't affect the chatters at all. But you will all remember the other day I was very excited about discovering the split recording function. And I got very concerned and worried because I didn't know how things were going to go in terms of like the VOD channel and all this kind of stuff. And I was thinking, okay, well, I'm not getting the full recording at the end of the stream, so I'll just start downloading the past broadcast from Twitch, and it takes a bit longer, but it doesn't matter because I still get the full recording. But then I realized that what happens with the past broadcast in Twitch is that it doesn't pause when I want the recording to pause. So that means that I'm getting clapped for stuff on YouTube still. So I was freaking out a little bit and I was like, that's really annoying. And you'll notice that I've been a bit tense in chat. I've been yelling at people, banning people left, right, and center over the last couple of days. And I will admit, I'm a bit ashamed about it, but it is a little bit kind of related to that. So while I've been very stressed about my performance and stuff, I'm thinking, I've got to fucking stop doing this. I've got to fucking just like chill. I've got to find a way to make this work, right? So that I'm not like stressing out, taking it out on chat and overly criticizing chat and all this kind of stuff. I need to just chill with it, right? And then I found the replay buffer function and I felt like a fucking idiot. I felt like a fucking moron. I was like, oh, no, you could just record the whole thing on OBS and it keeps all the pauses where you've stopped the recording and shit like that. And you could do like an hour-long backtrack to split a bit out of the stream, which is a separate video. And you could do that and it's all contained within OBS and it's literally fine. And you shouldn't have been worrying about it ever, you stupid bastard. So now I've figured that out. That's a lot more good for me. Yeah? If I think that I want to make a clip about something and put it on the clips channel, all I've got to do is set a timer for an hour, and when it goes off, hit the fucking replay backtrack thing, and that'll just save the last hour of the stream in its own little video, which will make it very much easier to edit and upload, as I was talking about yesterday. And Oh, mamma mia. I'm so glad that I fucking discovered that shit. So, apologies about my terrible performance this week. It's been bad. I've been trying to sort out my sleeping pattern. I've been starting the streams late. I've been stressing out about upping the daily dono goal and all this kind of stuff. So, I'm really sorry, chat. I've unbanned a couple of people because I think that it was just a bit of a coincidence for some people on Monday who were saying that they were from Iran. For example, I reviewed some unban requests today, and the person who said that they were from the Islamic Republic of Iran sent me a big long thing saying, "You horrible colonizer piece of shit. Of course I wouldn't expect anything different from someone like you." And I was like, oh no. And I had a look at their logs, and they are a Hassan watcher, and they are in Hassan's chat often. And I was like, okay, that person got recommended my stream because that's what happens, because a lot of people who watch my stream watch Hassan's stream, and that's what's happened. So I unbanned that guy. I was like, I'm very sorry. This is why this happened. So he might come back, he might not. I don't know. KO2A says, unhinged chatters. Hello, yes. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? KO2A. I'm just kidding. What was I going to say? Hey, McGinn. Hello, Gummy Mama. And hello, more Power of Costa. It's good to see you as well. There was another person. Iranian femboy, I think, was probably innocent and got clapped. You know, got a stray there. And so I've unbanned them as well. And we'll see. I have explicitly said to anyone claiming to be of Iranian origin that Iranian monarchist propaganda will not be tolerated in my chat. So that's that. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Johnny. I will be enjoying a cup of tea in a minute. I'm still having my tea. I've had a very good day. I made some muesli yesterday. I think I was talking about that on stream. Made some muesli, and that was very good. And I felt very energized today from having muesli for breakfast instead of just boiled eggs. So I had muesli and boiled eggs, which was very good. Feel very good about that. DJ Mulesley, many people are saying this. Exactly, yes. And I so I was feeling very healthy in the morning, and I went out to Aldi and got some bits and pieces. I saw someone who had a very cool 9 Inch Nails jumper at Aldi, and I was wearing my 9 Inch Nails hoodie. So I went sort of like in front of her so that she knew I wasn't a creep, and I wasn't like approaching her from behind and trying to scare her or anything. I just like held the 9 Inch Nails logo like that, and I was like, "Hey, nice jumper." And she went, "Oh, thanks," and then saw the 9 Inch Nail thing, and she went, "Oh, cool hoodie." I was like, "Yes, that was a nice little interaction with a real person." What else has happened that's been good? I went to the gym again, so I'm staying pretty solid and consistent with the gym. Yeah, I can't really. I did some laundry yesterday. I'm getting back on track. Look at the time I started. It's great. It's going great. Things are going great. I'm getting all of my macros hit in the day. And yeah, I'm also chatting to and seeing some attractive, nice, interesting, wonderful people. So that's feeling good as well. So there you go. Great stuff. Great things are happening. Many such cases. What was I going to say? Is there anything else that I need to say about the street? I mean, today we're gonna catch up on all the Bruvland stuff, because there's not really been any Iran news today, which is obviously bad news for the weekend. I think that they're gonna hit Iran at the weekend, and we won't be covering much of that. But Israel has been attacking Syria, so we're gonna have a look at that. But we're gonna be covering mostly the Andy Burnham stuff. We're gonna be covering Andy Burnham's first speech that he made about what he's going to do, how he's setting out all this stuff, and all this, that, and the other. But before we do that, we're going to check out some Owen Jones related stuff. What I have been calling the tankification of Owen Jones, which is very exciting. As in, he is becoming more and more of an anti-imperialist and an anti-NATO journalist. And if you ask him this, he'll always like argue and say, I've always been anti-NATO, but it's not true. He's not always been anti-NATO. I don't even think he knows that he's been doing, you know, imperialist propaganda. And sometimes when we, you know, push out that propaganda, we actually forget that we used to completely repeat that propaganda 1000%. So maybe that's what's going on there. But there's some interesting, funny stuff regarding Owen Jones, which we're going to start off with. Israel might hit him this weekend. I doubt the US will be doing anything. I think the US will probably hit him. The US has been hitting him multiple times, right? Over the last couple of weeks. And, you know. 4th of July? Yeah, but come on. That would be the perfect time for Trump to hit America. To hit Iran. You know? Pardon me? Trump today said he'd give himself and his sons a medal and have a threesome with them. It's not even out of context. Where? How? What happened? What the fuck? Gotta see it. Yeah, gotta see the clip. Let me find a link. Yes, please do. Please fucking do. Large if factual. Hello, Mushy. He meant at golf, but it didn't sound good. Probably after him and Al Teddy Roosevelt's meet cute. Al Teddy Roosevelt? Oh, AI Teddy Roosevelt. Sorry, yeah, I couldn't pass what was happening there. Yeah, AI Teddy Roosevelt's meet cute. No, Al Teddy was just I didn't know what the fuck you were on about. No American I know is feeling this 4th of July. It's Fascist Day, not Independence Day. Yeah, that's right. Also, hi, I'm this old. I can't remember if I said hi to you. Big Al Teddy. Big Al Teddy. Big gay Al Teddy. It could be that, couldn't it? It could be that. It could be you. I'm just waiting for this link from Chilavina now. I'm really excited. I was hoping you'd start a bit later because I still need to do another walk. Go and do another walk. Don't let me stop you. Don't use me as an excuse. That's terrible. Think about yourself. Okay, we're in Serbian here. We will have a 3. Scroll down to the embedded video. Thank you very much. Oh my god, it's good to know that Serbian red tops are exactly the same as British ones. It's just kind of telling me about, like, it's telling me about Sanja Marinkovic. I don't know who that is. Maybe I've missed it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Twitter link. Yeah, that's what I'm after. All right, let's take a look at this. 25 seconds. Hey, Mark Hoots, welcome in. They're letting pubs stay open till 5 a.m. for the next England match. I have decided that England will stay winning. Okay, let's have a little look.
Now, as I see my 2 beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay?
Meanwhile, he's in the gayest ram rant shit that I've ever seen in my entire life. What the fuck is going on behind him? What the fuck is going on behind him?
Now, as I see my 2 beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay?
Where is he? I didn't even pay attention to the background. It's so weird. It looks like Ram Ranch is about to start. It's a golf term. What, a threesome is a golf term? No, it's not. It's a sex term. Everyone knows it's a sex term. Everyone knows that it is more commonly known as a sex term It doesn't look AI. What are you talking about? This has got that like terrible video quality of news TV cameras when they're outside and they rush and don't set up properly. It's real. It's real. Emergent Markets, welcome into the stream last night. I was wondering if you understood what I was saying last night when I said I don't police that language in my chat and you left immediately and I think you unfollowed and refollowed me. I hope you know that I don't tolerate ableism in the chat. Just to clarify, I don't tolerate ableism in the chat and slurs like the R slur and stuff like that and calling people schizos and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't tolerate that, just so you know. But what I was telling you off for was acting like a mod in a chat where you're not a mod. Okay, that's the only thing that I was doing. Yeah. Like if sub chatters say something that you're uncomfortable with and I don't call it out or whatever, you could probably just assume that like I it's not something that I moderate, right? You know what I mean? So just so you got the full picture, you know, I was worried that you thought that I was like someone who, I was worried that you thought I was like Kyle Kalinske level, and I'm not, right? Okay, all right, yeah, just to clarify, good. I'm happy that we sorted that out. Yeah, but they can fake that. What do you mean they can fake that? They can fake terrible. No, they would have to. No, you see, the thing is, right? No, you see, the thing is, Bubble, right? In order to fake this like bad sort of quality TV thing, yeah? In order to do that, they would have to put it in something like Premiere Pro or DaVinci Resolve or something like that and change that in post. It would have to be like a filter, or they would have to color correct it, or you know, change the image. It looks like something that AI would spit out, but it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. I know that you know it's real, but I'm saying it doesn't look like something that AI would spit out. AI always has that like really like horribly crisp, you know what I mean, aspect to it. Like it's this guy. Like this is the standard AI stuff, right? Let me show you what I mean. Was it in the general chat the other day? Yeah, this guy, the waxy stuff, yeah? Like, this guy looks AI, but he's not. Smooth edges, not noisy. Yes, correct. Because they you know, they haven't realized that there's a way to, what do you call it? I mean, you could do a deep fake, I guess. I guess you could do one of those things where you, like, make Trump say a thing. I guess you could. So, you know, I'm willing to stand corrected if it is AI. Listen, you do some research, Bubble, and get back to me, yeah? But I don't think it looks AI. I don't think it looks AI. I don't think, and obviously it's not AI. If you were really putting effort in, most of the time it's just slop shoveled straight out the door. Yeah, exactly. I bet they make him say some more dumb shit and put it out anyway. That's what I'm saying. This was broadcast live. There you go. Don't get mad at other chatters. It's okay. You look at the level that I'm getting mad at the other chatter. It's all right. We don't need to be saying for fuck's sake and stuff like that and all this. Yeah, I've been very mean to some chatters this week, and look at the level of mad that I'm getting about this. This is the level that you should be getting. No swearing at other chatters. It's all good. You know. If ableism triggers me in the future, I'll just log off. Some days it's harder not to reflexively reply. Thanks for bearing with me. Yeah, I mean, look, like, what I would say to you about that is that, like, you know, obviously, I can't remember who said it in the chat, but they were saying that something is lame, right? And obviously, in context, they weren't being ableist. They weren't saying like people who don't have limbs that don't work are horrible and deserve to die and shit like that, right? That's not what was being implied at all. The context was that the thing that was being spoken about sucks, and if anyone you know, ever alludes to no, I know that you clearly have a problem with that word. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a problem with that word. Let me finish, yeah? Let me finish, right? The contextually we understand if it is ever something that makes me think that someone is actually really just being disrespectful towards disabled people, or really just kind of like, you know, trying to hide something but be schneid and shit like that, because I've had people do that shit in the past, right? You know what I mean? And no, Bubble, please don't get involved in this. This is a really serious thing, and this is a really like nuanced division that I'm trying to make sure that people really understand where I'm coming from. So don't start saying things that I'm not saying to other chatters, please, okay? If I have had people who have said things and I'm like, you can clearly tell that they are being completely disrespectful and they don't give a shit, right? Do you know what I mean? I will always call that shit out, okay? So the reason that I'm mentioning this, and the reason that I'm saying like, you know, I'm responding to this, is because you're saying it triggers you. I don't want you to be upset. I don't want you to feel like, you know, you're going to get like harmed in this space, or people don't respect you and shit like that. You know, that is what I can guarantee to you, that I promise you, if anyone is being truly ableist, they're gone. They are gone. Contextually, it's still harmful language. I get it's your space, so do what you wish. Well, look, you know, I don't want to get into that because I don't want to annoy you, right? I don't want to annoy you. You can't guarantee it, yes, but now you see we're getting into the weeds of like, how much do you trust another person? Right? How much do you trust another person? Like, do we just like not trust anyone all the time and shit like that? And like, do we overly police language to the point where it becomes... Do you see what I mean? Which is why I don't do it. You know? So, this is where I stand on this stuff, and that's why it is what it is. I'm not annoyed. We have different perspectives. I have trouble trusting others. I'll keep giving you a shot, though. You don't need to trust me, right? You don't need to do that. I'm not saying that you need to do that. I'm not saying that you should willy-nilly just trust people for no reason and shit like that. You know, I'm just kind of saying to you that, like, we live in a society that is desperate to push each other apart, right? It's desperate to push each other apart. And I understand that disabled people particularly feel pushed away. Like, especially by the way that, like, you know, leftists, for example, aren't serious about wearing masks and shit like that. I don't know if you've been here when I've said this, but my chat, who are regulars, will tell you that I do advocate for people wearing masks, right? If you're out in public, just use some common sense and kind of stuff, you know, and stuff like that, right? You know, this is something that I'm often trying to advocate for. And I know that you like, you know, you pop in and out and shit like that, and I respect that and what have you. But I think it is important, not just for you, but for like everybody in the chat to understand like where I'm coming from with this, and how much I do take seriously accessibility in organizing. And, you know, in terms of like being disabled and stuff like that, you know, I'm obviously, you wouldn't call me as disabled as like someone who is visibly disabled or anything like that, but I have struggled with fatigue and long COVID for a long time, right? And, you know, maybe because I haven't suffered with it for as long as some other people have suffered some other stuff and what have you, or like, you know, my ADHD and shit like that. You know, maybe people think like, oh, well, it doesn't matter what you think about it because it's different for you and shit like that, you know? And that's fine. I don't mind that, but you know, I think that it's important to me. It's important to me, right? What's your opinion of the sunflower thing? That's nothing to do with me, man. I don't need something like that, so I don't have an opinion on that. You know? People can be dismissive based on perceived severity. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, like, you know, look, I've had a number of interactions with people where they've said, you don't get to say this because you're not disabled. And it's like, yeah, like, not yet. Not yet. Like, and also, like, I guess, like, not as much as I was anymore. Like, I was. In an incredibly severe way for a long time that really fucking affected everything in my life. So, you know, I think, and it's a bit fucking stressful. But The reason that I don't police language, particularly, right, in an ideal world, there are lots of streamers who do, and that's fine, right? And I'm not discounting people who do that. But the reason that I, I could sense that you've been chewed out by people who abuse that dynamic. I'm not going to do that. Maybe sometime I'll go into my own case sometime on Discord when I'm ready. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, you know, this is the thing. I think that these conversations are really important to have, which is why I'm having them with you. And I think that it's like, I can't remember what the point was that I was going to make before that. We're going to talk about that, about masks and stuff like that. Long COVID, being that you don't care about that, you don't have the right to say that, yada, yada, yada. Something about policing language. The reason that I don't, there's the ADHD. The reason that I don't police language in that fashion, and like, you know, I don't tell people like not to use words like insane or psycho or like, you know, lame or dumb or stupid or blind or anything like that, is because I try and encourage people to go out and organize, right? Go outside and organize. If you go out into your local community and you have those kinds of like, you know, stances about language like that, you are going to alienate yourself. And I'm sorry if that upsets anyone for me to say that, but that is just true. You're going to alienate yourself. You're going to alienate people. They're not going to understand what you mean. You know, it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen. You're going to really struggle to communicate with people. And it's not just with stuff like, don't say lame, don't say stupid, don't say moron, don't say this, that, and the other. It's other stuff as well. Like, you know, you're going to come across people who don't understand being transgender. You're going to come across people who don't understand being queer. You're going to come across people who don't understand racialized people's struggles. Like, it's difficult. You've got to go out there and have these conversations. That's the main reason that I don't bother with it. I just don't bother with it because it's never something that I've seen that has even been like attempted offline, right? It seems to be an exclusively online phenomena. I don't want to say phenomena because I understand that like people really are serious about it, but like it just seems to be exclusively online. From my experience, I might be wrong. There could be some other orgs that are doing it, and fair play to them. But from my experience in being the chair of a tenant union, you know, a member solidarity officer, I've done eviction resistances, I've stopped people from getting evicted, I've fought landlords with people, all this kind of stuff, got, you know, countless wins. It's just never something that's ever come up. And also the things that I mentioned about people not understanding racialized people's struggle, disabled people's struggle as well, obviously, but also trans struggles, all this stuff, right? They don't get it. And, you know, I don't want to give people the wrong idea about how to organize, you know? I'm not sure beyond the scraping images AI usually starts with noise. Oh yeah, we're talking about something different there. Welcoming people who have just come in, by the way. Izzy Banana, hello, welcome in. Living Lily, hello. Hippie Marshmallow, how you doing? Soul Chicken, hi. What else did I miss? Spaceman Sador. Hello. Congratulations. What's this? I missed something in the chat there. Now, you see, Rebel Phoenix, that is something that I do take a bit of issue with in the chat. Using the word bitch. I would just ask you to consider not using that in the chat, please. If you get to know me more, you'll know that I have been in those situations and I am still hardline at times about certain language. So we have different strategies and that's okay. It's not exclusively online for me. Yeah, we got different experiences. I've never come across that. I don't know anyone who's come across that other than you. You know, fair enough. You know, whatever works for you and whatever you think is going to work, great. I can only tell you what my experience is and I can only tell the broader chat what I think the best strategies are, right? I'm glad you said that. I would have definitely used the word bitch. I mean, like, if you're a woman, it's a bit different, right? I know that Rebel Phoenix is not a woman. You know, if you're a man using these words, it's a bit like, yeah, Izzy Banana, like, you got a pink name, you don't have pronouns, but, like, I think you're a woman. If you're not, it's okay, but, like, yeah, you've not said, no, I'm not, so I assume you are. You know, like, there are chatters who I know are women, and it's like, if you say the word bitch, I'm not gonna have a go at you. That's your word, you know, because it's not like a word that is being overly moderated by Twitch and shit. But it is also like, it's just something I wouldn't say as a guy. I just wouldn't say it as a guy. You know what I mean? Too many male streamers on the left like using it, and it's gross. Yeah, it's just, you know. You know. I just, in the term of, like, you know, just using the word bitch, it is always used in the context of, like, making out that someone is a woman. You can't really use it out of context. You can't really use it in a different context. Do you know what I mean? It's not vernacularly evolved to be something different. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it just... Context matters more than words. Yeah, my friend used the F word to a gay person. It was one of the funniest things I ever heard of the context. We were sitting in the yard of a pub and smoking. We were both bald at the time. The pub is a leftist place, and it was empty except for us. The waiter just came out and came up to us and said, "Hi, I'm an F word." And my friend just looked up and said, "Hello, F word. Want to smoke with us?" Yeah, you see, like, as a queer person, I'd be fine with that. Right? If someone was obviously in that reality, yeah. But there's just no way. There's just absolutely no way I could tolerate that in the chat, because that could get me banned. If it were up to me, all the people who I know are queer men and trans women could use that word. But, you know? I guess it sucks that no one believes that lame is a slur. I don't think it's that no one believes that lame is a slur. I think it's that people know that it hasn't really been used as a slur for, like, 60 plus years. And that, like, generally speaking, the vernacular evolution of the word lame, like, as it is now, like, most people will have first heard of it in, like, a teen drama in the 90s or something. Like, oh, that's fucking lame, dude. You know? I try to think of a way to turn Karen into a verb since I was using it as a verb. No, I don't think you should use the word Karen either, because that is, you just, like, doesn't... It's got no other vernacular understanding other than, like, woman who you don't like. You know? The vernacular evolution with no change is what hurts me. I'm tired of explaining how much ableism hurts. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, no, absolutely. But, like, I've just not, like... Maybe you can hit me up with, like, something to read where you could say to me that, like... You know, because what you're saying is that there's, like, been a vernacular evolution with no change. Do you mean, like, because that doesn't make sense. Because there has been a vernacular evolution of the word that is a change. Like, what you mean is, like, the change for disabled people's rights. Is that what you're implying with that? You know? Because that makes total sense to me. That shit. That makes absolute fucking sense to me. And it's why we need to do, like, what I would argue is more solid... you know, actions that help and support disabled people. And I think that looks like what I've heard people talk about in terms of unionizing, helping disabled people unionize with disabled people's unions, you know, and all that kind of business. And generally speaking, if you're in a trade union working to bring motions... I'm speaking in shorthand for shout. You dissected my language at a speed faster than I replied to, so I'll table it for now. No. Let me know whenever. But I assume that that's what you meant by that. But, like, if not, don't worry. Yeah, like, sending motions to your trade union to make, like, trade union meetings more accessible. You know, to make disabled people's rights at work, like, something that's at the forefront of the union's discussions and agenda. And on top of that, like, tenant union-wise, that was something that we were looking to work towards with GMTU when I was the chair of GMTU. And there was definitely, like, conversations that we were having where it was like, we need to recognize that a lot of people in social housing are disabled, and sometimes people are disabled because of their social housing and shit like that. You know, all that kind of business. And yeah, in tenant unions, we need to be talking about the way in which, you know. Hi, I remember when I said something ableist in the chat and you corrected me. I'm glad you did, because I would have not known how offensive it was to people who do have a disability. I don't remember doing that with you, Susie, at all. I don't remember that at all. So, that might not have been me, but I appreciate that. I don't know what to say. It's about Gov Abbott from Texas. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. I did say that. Yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Well, listen. Now that we got all that cleared up, I hope people understand what my stance is. Space Winston, thank you for gifting a sub to Quiet Mercenary. You also gave me a lesson for a bad joke. Yeah. Like, look, you know, there are another thing in terms of organizing, right, is that a lot of the time in organizing, you have to be prepared to be able to sit with people who might have opinions that make you feel uncomfortable. You might have to sit with people who have said things that make you feel uncomfortable. You might have to organize with people who make you feel uncomfortable. And I am not in the business of saying that, you know, of trying to dress up organizing like it's going to be some kind of special magical thing where everyone just agrees all the time and shit like that. It doesn't work like that, right? If we want to actually build dual power and we actually want to, like, do something, you have to genuinely, like, be ready to sit there and go, you know, in your head, I fucking hate this cunt. What a stupid bastard. Why the fuck is he saying that? Why is he saying it this way? This, that, and the other. And what you have to do is come away from it, sit for 3 days, and go, did harm happen because of that? Is that guy building a harmful environment? Is it creating a harmful environment? Or did it just make me uncomfortable? Right? And a lot of those kinds of conversations are unfortunately missing from organizing in the Imperial Core. And the way that we get round to it, like, here's the thing. Here's what I know about conflict resolution, right? I've done a bunch of conflict resolution in my organizing time, right? And when it comes to conflict resolution, a lot of the time, people will turn around and go, yes, I've fucked up if you haven't done any of these three things. One, told them that they are harmful, right? They're doing harmful behaviors, because you can't just immediately be like, you're doing a harm, yeah? Two, if you haven't gone, you need to not be part of this group, and, like, you've tried to expel them or something. Three, if you don't tell them that they are a bad person, right? Because what happens in people's heads, yeah, when you tell them that they're a bad person, they don't want to be a bad person, because bad people in our society are put in a box and moved away, and no one ever thinks about them, right? Prison, right? That's criminalization, yeah? And so when we think about, like, particularly people who don't want to admit that they've done harm, they don't want to admit that they've harmed people, immediately coming at them with these, like, you are doing bad behaviors, you've harmed people, and you've done this. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, because people are immediately defensive. They are immediately defensive, right? And you aren't going to get someone to, like, even remotely come round to the idea that they may have upset someone or harmed someone or made someone uncomfortable or anything like that if you use that kind of language. You have to sit with them and go, okay, there is a conflict between you and this person. Let's talk about it. Right? Let's talk about it. And when you have those conversations and you don't criminalize the person and you don't say that you're going to punish them and you don't say that you are going to exile them or any of this kind of stuff, they will often then turn around and go, do you know what? Yeah, I did. I've seen it happen many times. Yeah, I've seen it happen many times. People do not like the finger trap thing where you like pull apart like that and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and it just gets more stressful and annoying. People don't like that, right? People don't like that. You actually do have to come together, even if it does feel uncomfortable and it's like something that you might think, oh, well, I've been told that I shouldn't do this. I've been told that I should never talk to someone who has been accused of XYZ, right? I've told that I should not tolerate this kind of behavior. You know, you do kind of have to not tolerate it. It's not about not tolerating it. It's about actually talking about it, you know? It's about actually talking about it and sitting down. Anyway, welcome in other people who've joined as well. Quiet Mercenary, welcome in. Enjoy ad-free viewing in your remotes. Ninja Can, hello. Did I miss anybody else? Virgin Market says, for frequent discrimination, a lot of folks have heightened anxiety or preemptive reactions to potential harm that may not make sense to the non-marginalized, I find. I don't think that's true for every marginalized person. A lot of is true. I would argue, right? So I do agree with you in that case. But like, you know, what we have to be aware of, right? What we have to be aware of is spiritually Zionist stuff. And the reason that I say this is because I have seen it. I have seen spiritually Zionist stuff. And what do I mean by that? I mean people who... Naomi Klein used this term. I think it was on Bad Hasbro. I can't remember. But Naomi Klein used this term. Prosthetic trauma. Or prosthetic... something. Prosthetic harm. Prosthetic trauma. And it's the idea, so like, you know, Zionists are often like, oh, the Holocaust is going to happen again if Palestinians get rights and shit like that. And so they're often like, you know, forced into this emotional, psychic, triggering, you know, event whenever they see anything related to Palestine. And a lot of them, you know, particularly Zionists who live in Israel, don't care and they just want an opportunity to hate Arabs, obviously. But when you talk about, you know, Zionists who don't happen to live in Israel or that, you know, they only visit Israel or whatever, you will find that, is it prosthetic trauma? You will find that they, you know, will end up just basically, so it's like the Eve Fartlow thing. I saw a free parking sign and I thought it said Free Palestine, the Jews are tired, right? That's prosthetic trauma, right? Because nothing happened. Nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. Right? You know? Nothing fucking happened at all. It's an essentialist narrative, correct? Yes. You know? Amers Kip, how you doing? Quick change of subject. I watched Obsession today. It's quite the movie. Yeah, it's very good, isn't it? A streamer I watched talked about that... A streamer I watched talked that this is the basics of game theory, cooperation versus defection. I don't know what the basics of game theory. I don't really know what that is. Hey, DJ, by the way. Everybody, please go follow DJ. And hi, Husker Do, as well. How are you doing, Husker? It's good to see you. Imperial hegemony loves their narratives and control. Correct, yes. Yeah. Like, if people feel uncomfortable in my chat and they don't like the language that is being used, this is what it comes down to. I'm sorry about that. The reason that I don't police that particular kind of language is because I just don't... I want people to go outside and organize, right? In an ideal world, everybody would come into the stream when they've been out, they've been to their local tenant union, mutual aid meet, or whatever, and they've said, I've done this today, I've done this today, I've done this today, I've done this today, I've done this today. And they would tell me all about it, right? That's what I want. And I just don't think that, like, having that level of language... detection and you know, high alert kind of stuff surrounding language is I don't think it works. I don't think it's a good idea. for people to be doing that, because you get into a situation where you're going to say to someone, you can't say psycho, and they go, what are you fucking talking about? And because you're offline, you have literally no other people who are online around you to be like, well, this is why, because it's historically this, blah, 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 blah. It's not going to work, right? It's a slog. You're going to find it really hard, So that's why. And I hope that makes sense to everyone. That's why I don't do that. It's not because I hate disabled people. It's not because I believe that lame was never used as a slur, or dumb or stupid or moron or anything like that. It's because of the reasons that I said. So there you go. Did I miss anybody else in the chat? I don't think so. You don't want to be thought as a wrecker in the group. That's also true. That's also true. And you also might end up just like being a wrecker, right? And you don't realize it. A lot of wreckers don't realize what they're doing. And what do I mean by wrecker? It's someone who organizes and doesn't realize that their like dysregulation is causing the movement to be paralyzed, right? And you could paralyze a movement by making too much of an issue about something that isn't actually harmful, right? And that's like a key thing, but often wreckers don't realize they're doing that. They just think that they're doing like the best woke politics that they could possibly do, and that's fine, right? To a degree, until it starts paralyzing an organization and the organization stops doing stuff, right? When you start saying you can't have this person in the organization because they say lame, dumb, stupid, moron, etc. You have to then think about the balance of like, okay, well, is what I'm doing harmful, or is like what that other person's doing harmful enough to warrant this, etc., right? So yeah. Game theory is just like predicting what a competitor is most likely to do and the potential outcomes of your decisions. It's capitalist nonsense, and they teach it in micro econ now. Right. The basics of game theory, cooperation versus defection. I don't know if the streamer you were watching was like a communist or whatever, but I would be interested to hear more about that. Because sometimes, here's something that leftists also don't like to hear, that leftists do find uncomfortable. And, again, I'm not in the business of trying to make people feel uncomfortable and give people the wrong idea about how easy things are. Because here's another thing, yeah? I thought game theory was the dude that was obsessed with Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, exactly. You do game theory because collusion is illegal. Okay, I don't know. The way that you described it, right, where you're saying predicting what a competitor is most likely to do and potential outcomes of your decision, this is something that would work for an organization of, like, a tenant union, right? Because a competitor of a tenant union would be a union of landlords or a landlord, right? You know what I mean? So, like, sometimes these things that help capitalist companies that are, like, it seems like evil and capitalist and wrong to do, they're extremely beneficial for organizing. And that does make some leftists feel uncomfortable. They say, we can't be using that because capitalists use it. But the question isn't whether capitalists use it or not, because that doesn't automatically turn something, a capitalist company wants people to use hammers. So what do we stop using hammers, right? You see what I'm saying? Game theory is like the art of war. It can be used by any side. This is what I was saying. Yeah, this is what I was saying. This is what I was thinking. It's most easily understood in games of chance. If you know you have X and the guy to your right has Y, you can make a wager as to Z. There you go. Didn't someone exploit this to guarantee that him and his opponent would win money? Right, so that's the collusion thing, yeah? What is a tenant union, and can you be part of one if you are a social housing tenant? You should be part of one, specifically if you are a social housing tenant, yes. And the union that you are in should be completely focused on social housing tenants' struggles, because they are the most marginalized of renters in terms of, health conditions, disrepair, abuse, landlord monitoring and surveillment and all this kind of stuff. Private renters also have issues, but social housing tenants are often you will see the people who are ending up in hospital, or their kids end up in hospital because of the conditions that they live in that is imposed on by their social housing landlord. So depending on where you are in the world, Ms. Kip, if you're in London, you've got London Renters Union. If you're in Manchester, you've got Greater Manchester Tenants Union. If you're in Scotland, you've got Live in Rent. If you're in Ireland, you've got CATU. Wales doesn't seem to have any other tenant unions other than Acorn, and I have an issue with how Acorn organizes. They are quite exploitative, but I would say consider joining them. Southeast Kent. Yeah, that's a bit tough. There might be a local tenant group. I don't know. Have a Google. See if you can find anything. And failing that, I would say consider knocking on your neighbours' doors, saying, "Hiya, how's things going with with the landlord? I'm in this, I'm in this house down the road or whatever. What do you think about like getting a group together and we can chat on WhatsApp about it?" And you could just start it off as like a WhatsApp group where you all just moan about your landlord, right? But you want to get like a sizable amount of people in there, and then if you manage that, get back to us and I'll tell you what the next steps would be to organize an actual tenant union. It's not that difficult, surprisingly. I understand that you're a mum, yeah, so I know you probably don't have a lot of time to do this, so I might be asking the wrong person, and it would be much more helpful if you had a tenant union in Kent. Kent's tenant union, Kent tenant unionists. Something like that would be great. But tenant unions are unfortunately not like all over the UK at this point. But you will find them if you're in a big city. So I'm sorry that I can't point you to one that's in Kent. Maybe... Is Southampton near Kent? Southampton's not near Kent, is it? Watch this space. Door knocking coming over the next few weeks. Yes! 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 Let's go! Fucking yes! You're about an hour away from Southampton. You could link up with Southampton Tenants Union. Southampton Tenants Union are a thing. I'm pretty certain. I remember... let's have a look. Southampton Tenants Union. Yep, there it is. So they could give you some like local advice. Oh, it closed down in May this year. Oh, that's sad. Wait, what? Southampton Tenants Union Limited has closed down at 10th of the 5th, 2026. Oh. We're a tenant union for people living in the Southampton postcode area, Southampton, Winchester, and the surrounding area. It says that they shut down. I'm sorry about that. That looks really sad. So, has closed down? Yeah, I think that's what's happened. There'll be some information on there, probably, yeah. Probably. Most of our building are private renters while we're housing association. We don't have the same landlord. I don't know how things work in that situation. You don't have to. You can organize with private tenants and social housing tenants. Also, hi Sorka. You're in Glasgow, so you should just speak to Live in Rent. Just speak to Live in Rent. Professor Jiang talks about game theory. Okay, yeah, just forget it then. It's bad. Forget game theory. No, I'm joking. He probably just doesn't know what he's talking about. Professor Chang, I already read that. Grew up in Southampton, Canada. It's always funny to hear it on stream. Hell yeah, you know it. Sawyer Enjoyer, could you say more about your issues with Acorn? I did my first eviction resistance with him today. Well, first of all, Sawyer Enjoyer, well done. Great work. Always good to hear people organizing in the chat. You may remember during the Acorn recruitment process, I don't know if your eviction resistance was for your place or someone else's place, but you may remember that they said to you, please recruit 10 of your friends and get them to join the union. Someone else's. Is that how that worked? Did they come up to you and said you need to join Acorn, and then and then we'll tell you what to do. You joined him a month, you were already a member, and like, did you like, whatchamacallit, did you tell your mates who was getting evicted or whatever to, I just heard in the chat that they needed bodies today. That's interesting. Maybe your local Acorn branch organizes in a different way to the national, but national Acorn will get mad at that branch, and they often will just dissolve branches out of nowhere. And they are very paranoid. And this is all to do with the fact that they were infiltrated by fucking Barack Obama CIA shit in America. And so they freak the fuck out. And any fucking branch that seems like it's like breaking from the mold will just like get fucking canned. And it's really sad. Soph, how are you doing? Soph could tell you about her personal struggle with Acorn recently. And so, like, you know, Soph's interaction with Acorn was literally what I said, which was, oh, you want some help from Acorn? Okay, recruit 10 members. And it is like multi-level marketing, and it's exploitative, and it's shit. I'm not saying that, like, you know, any other local tenant union is much better or whatever, but like, yeah, like there are some tenant unions that are just like, well, no, Acorn is not. Acorn is unfortunately not that good. So that's what my issues with Acorn are. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. But like, if your local Acorn branch is not doing that, good on them. But I would say prepare to form your own tenant union just in case you get fucking murked off by them. Because that's how Greater Manchester Tenants Union formed. Because there were people who were in Acorn and they were saying, we don't want to force people to become members. And Acorn basically said, okay, well, the Manchester branch can get fucked. And then GMTU got created. And then they built loads of membership and, you know, 500 members now. And then Acorn, like, started to organize in Manchester again and directly threatened GMTU. It's pretty embarrassing stuff. It's pretty embarrassing and annoying stuff. They're not very cooperative, but this is national Acorn, not necessarily every branch, right? Yeah, who wants to know? Basically, Acorn came to our estate where 200 people face homelessness in the next few months without intervention. They just insisted that they wouldn't help if they didn't have members here. Yes. They even waited until they were away from me to ask if they can have a stall at the street party this weekend because they know I'm suspicious of them. It's not very good. It's very SWP vibes. Some branches of Acorn, and also national. My understanding was UK Acorn was paranoid and ill-organized because of the psyop done on them by James O'Keefe in the USA, which became the far-right conspiracy outlet Project Veritas. Yes, they may have been infiltrated also by Obama-style wreckers, but O'Keefe was very much anti-Obama. I thought that Project Veritas was Obama. I thought that Obama was all about that. I guess I'll be reconsidering things then. I mean, Sawyer and Jory, I wouldn't say reconsider things if your branch of Acorn is just like giving help to people being evicted without exploiting them. Then I would say that you're in a good branch and you should stick with that branch and you should use that branch to build that branch's power and ask National to stop behaving like this. Like, that would be my advice. Like, if you're in a place where there's no tenant union, that's a grassroots tenant union, and all you've got is Acorn, but the Acorn branch that you're in are being sound, like, you don't notice any of these kind of things where they're trying to, like, get fucking, they're trying to get people to join, and they won't help people unless they're members and stuff like that. If they're not doing any of that stuff, I would say stick with those guys. Stick with them, because they sound like comrades who want to make something better. Yeah? So I wouldn't say reconsider Acorn straight away just because of National's behavior. But I would certainly say just keep an eye out and see if you see any of that behavior. Veritas was extremely far right. Not at all. Project Veritas would be the type of rag to publish drivel about Obama being a secret Muslim. Oh, right. Okay. I guess I've just, like, misunderstood it then. I think I've I think I've misunderstood it. I thought it was Obama's CIA stuff, but Project Veritas. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. You can always be the group that holds Acorn to its core principles. Correct. Correct. Anyway. Fucking hell. We are like an hour into the stream. And chat, this is my job. So please consider giving me money. Yeah? Please consider giving me money. Please consider tipping. We have a dono goal of £55. Just need 11 people to donate £5 each, and we will hit that. Let's go. Just gonna wait here for the donos to come flying in. What's the pitch? This is my full-time job. I'm getting kicked off Universal Credit in October. Please consider paying me for the work. I do a lot of work before the stream in order to get all the news ready and stuff like that. It's very much a full-time job, even though I don't stream 5 days a week. I do stream. The amount of time that I spend on the stream is certainly about 35 hours a week. It's about full-time, including Red Planet as well. So, and I don't get paid for that. Oh, Sawyer Enjoyer!
Thanks for the money.
Thank you so much.
Imagine I wrote something funny here.
For the £6.66, thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Oh! Thank you, Sawyer Enjoyer. And the thing that you wrote that was really funny was really funny. I appreciate that. Slick Stick Stuck says, watch this. Okay. I'm watching. Bubble says, I could say something stupid if you want to avoid content some more. No. I am creating content. That's what's happening now. That's what's happening now. This is content. I'm sure Alex Jones used to talk about him, Project Veritas. He probably did. Any more donos, chat? Anyone thinking about doing a dono? There's the tip link again, just in case anyone forgot it. Even though it's right there. It's here. I've also put it here just in case anyone forgot. After those 5 chat messages that preceded it. Yo! Slick Stick Stuck, you were right. You were right. I watched this. And it happened. Gremlo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Please go and show some love to Gremlo if you haven't already. Another comrade out there in the States. I believe in the South. I might be wrong about that. But please go check out Gremlo. I enjoy watching his streams every now and then. I'm a lurker. I'll chat sometimes. But please go and show him some love. Welcome in if you're coming in from Gremlo's stream. You don't know me. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news, geopolitics, and stuff like that, and I analyze it all from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. I've got a history in organising. I used to be the chair of a tenant union here in Manchester in the UK, and done various bits and pieces, prayers for Palestine, etc., etc. Someone just dropped the whole fucking. Someone just dropped the whole fucking dono amount as well.
Great convo. Great education.
Thank you very much, whoever that was. I didn't even see who it was. Right, great. We've hit the dono goal for the day, and we've had a huge fucking raid with loads of fucking follows. Let's fucking go! It's happening. Welcome everybody from Gremlo's stream. Hot Sauce Jr., Ether, Boiled Peanuts TV, Sir Timo, Song of Ashley, I'm Sorry, hello, I love Maya 0093, Kyla Strong, anyone else who's come in? I think Yasui Yasai, hello from across the pond, what's going on? Hello PBP, Chuck Dyes as well, hello, welcome in. Hang on, let me just see who the fuck that was, because the alert just like flashed up on the screen. I didn't even see it. Back to the dashboard, recent events. Come on now. Raw Girth Minerals. Bald Cracker Solidarity Comrade. Thank you very much. Although I'm not sure bald crackers need much solidarity. We seem to have a bunch of power here in the Imperial Core, but I appreciate the sentiment. Duck Authority. Hello, welcome in. You have more viewers than Hassan at the moment. That's probably because Hassan has just started. Vord, thank you very much for the £60. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Let's go. Appreciate that, Vord. Thank you very much for hitting us with the dono goal. Was that real chalupa hours? Finally some representation for me, another bald cracker. That's so true. Finally, another bald white guy. Everyone's waiting to hear what the bald cis white men are saying about stuff, aren't they? Like, often. That's what's happening. People really want to hear what our opinions are. They've not heard anything like that before. That's never happened before. Hey, Krill, what's up? Thumb Unity. Okay, that's just offensive. I'm at least a thumb with a beard. Yeah. Thumb Unity, you know. I know where the line is. No, I'm not that bothered. Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not offended. I am a bit offended. I'm not that offended. It's not a bannable offense. It's not even a timeoutable offense. I wouldn't worry about it.
Hello, my old chum.
Bramble Barks, welcome in. How you doing? I've just realized I don't have my thing up. Hang on. I went out on the bike today. Oh my god, Blue Terry Teddy with the £10. Let's fucking go.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg.
Thank you very much for the £10, Blue Terry Teddy. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. We've hit the dono goal for the day. Don't worry about it. Save it for tomorrow.
Hello, my old chum.
Come back and donate tomorrow. And help me hit the dono goal tomorrow. But I do appreciate it. Nonetheless, thank you very much. Hypervisor. I thought thumb was more to do with the neck than being bald. Yeah, I don't really have like that much of a thick neck, right? I don't really have, you know. Yeah. At least we're kind of gay. We could gay up the bald white men. I'm always saying I'm kind of gay. Yeah. Good neck, proportional. Thank you very much. I'm definitely knocking in a couple of weeks. Only option available is Acorn. Yeah. Look, you know, you can go ahead and join Acorn in your local area. Gremlo chatters, we were just discussing organizing with Acorn in the UK and some issues that they have and stuff like that. I don't like to spend too much time on stuff like that because any organization that is trying to do, you know, building dual power and stuff like that, I support. But you know, I was talking to a chatter about Acorn and stuff, and you know, National Acorn does have some issues, and I think it is worth criticizing them a bit. But yeah, we're just kind of talking about starting tenant unions in your area and stuff like that before we get into the news. So there you go. That's what we were talking about. My gent is a thumb with a beard, and he's sexy. My gentleman. My gentleman. I've never heard a partner referred to as my gent. No, not acorn. Like the nut. The little nut. Acorn tree. Hey, low key, what's going on? Not Akon the artist. You can organize with Akon the artist if you want. Like, I don't know much about him. I can't give you much advice about that. Would be a lot cooler though. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Is Akon a communist? Is he a commie? Is he based? Is he anti-imperialist in any way? Is he... I don't know much about the guy. Like, I can't even remember the tune that he did. What did he do? Lonely? Is that it?
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Aircon. Now, listen, you know, you're probably from the States, right? You know that's a slur against British people at this point, yeah? So, I've got my eye on you.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow. I just had sex on SNL. Oh, he did do that. Yeah. I just had sex. Yeah. Mumblecat, hello, welcome in. Convict music. Wait, what? It's because he's a high-key gent to anyone he meets. That's nice. That's cute. I like that. Yeah. I got you. I knew what you were up to. I've said it a few times now. I'm no longer sitting back and waiting for change. My feet are going to do the walking. I'm going to try and help the change happen, whatever the change. Maybe if I fail, I've tried. Yes, let's go! Let's fucking go. More chatters organizing. Yeah, good to hear it. Yeah, if you want any advice, let me know. Like, I love the idea of, like, starting organizations from the ground up. It's very fun because you get to start from fresh. And you can be like, okay, here's all the problems that my organization had when they started. So don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do this, do this, and this. Oh, that's his intro and ad-lib thing. Right, okay, yeah. Husker Du said that's a slur. No, it's just...
old chum.
It's just when Brits complain about the weather and Yanks have, like, different weather to us... because we have like a high humidity environment, like the whole of Britain is basically a swamp, and we're complaining about how hot it is, and the Yanks are like, it's only 30 degrees, what are you talking about? And they don't understand that, like, A, we're British, like, look at us, right? And B, the humidity. And what they say is like, just get aircon, lol. And obviously the response that Brits have to that is like, are you fucking paying for it? And then the Yanks go like, are you poor? And it's like, yeah, we're poor! What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you not poor? What are you talking about? That's fun. It's fun that happens. We did that in my city. We're small. The local leftist dogs are an hour plus away. We started summer. We already have 10 to 15 members. Oh, let's fucking go. Real chalupa hours. That's dope. That's so good. Just don't be warm, bro. Yeah, exactly. I only learned about the politics of air conditioning like this week. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. I just started talking with a wobbly light group as acting as a union defense org for contract and immigrant workers in the industrial part near my area. Excited to get out there and start pushing around some corpos. But wait, I heard that any American organizer is just probably going to join the U.S. military. That's what I heard about Americans organizing, and that like you can't do it, and actually you're all just waiting and slavering at the opportunity to join the U.S. military and kill brown people. That's true, isn't it? You all actually just want to do that. This is a joke, obviously. This is just what Bad Empanada and his fucking psycho followers say. Yeah, we're all joining this week on July the 4th. Yeah, I just had a guy talking about that shit last night, and it was fucking stupid, and it really pissed me off. No, great work, honestly, Chuck Dyes. JW says, Gremlo hosted me about the organizing I'm doing against the $15 billion data center. Hell yeah. If you don't know about Marxism and the KC Tenants Union, you should check that out. They're making huge strides. No, you should check out the Red Planet episode that we did with Brett from Cinemarxism, where he told us about anti-ICE organizing. And we are hoping to get Brett on again and speak about KC Tenants Union stuff and some more anti-ICE stuff. So I'm going to be shouting him very soon for a bit of that. And I would definitely be interested. I think that Red Planet would definitely be interested to speak to you about organizing that you're doing regarding the $15 billion data center, because I think that's fucking massively pertinent. So, yeah, please get in touch with Red Planet. Email us at based@redplanetshow.com. Is it redplanet.show? Soap, what, do you know what the fucking email is? I can't remember what the email... Hang on, I've got it here. Hang on. Yeah, email based@redplanetshow.com. And, like, make sure you specify that you aren't a viewer telling us about something based and you're someone who wants to be interviewed, or that Mule has said that you should we should speak to you. Top topic, welcome in. Yeah, ban empanada. Yeah, just dog shit. Risky Verse, hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for posting the episode in question, Vord. Appreciate that. Nice. Brett, help me organizing against ICE in Leavenworth, Kansas. Yeah, I don't believe it. I think you're all secretly going to join the US military and kill brown people next week. That's what's going to happen, according to fucking idiots. I'm joking. I don't want to alienate the audience by doing bad sarcasm that you can't read as sarcasm. It's sarcasm. I'm being sarcastic. Great work. It's really good stuff. Present, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, Duke of Blonde. What have I missed? We got a huge Gremlo raid, so I'm buzzing off that. I'm just getting to know the new chatters, mostly. And they're all amazing organizers. And I'm really pleased to hear the stuff that's happening in the chat. It's so much opium hearing about chatters' action and organizing. Yeah, this is the thing. This is what, like... I imagine this is what Gremlo's stream is about. This is what Cinemarxism stream is supposed to be about. You know, I can't quite catch Cinemarxism stream when I would like to, and I do miss a bunch of Gremlo's streams, but the ones that I have seen, like, it seems like that is the vibe, talking about organizing that is happening. You know, obviously, like, Eden and Rhizome have all been, like, out doing organizing bits and pieces and stuff, and, like, speaking to people at protests and what have you. Yeah, like... This is the thing. This is what it's about. It's about talking about actually organizing and, you know, chatters, encouraging chatters to do it, answering questions that chatters have about organizing and stuff, and encouraging people to do it, because we can build dual power. We can get a better world. It is possible. And, you know, I believe that we will win if we organize. You know? What have I missed? Trump wants to have a threesome with his sons.
As I see my two beautiful sons sitting there, I think I'm going to give one to myself, one to them, and we'll have a threesome, okay?
He's at the Brokeback Mountain convention. He's talking about having a threesome with his sons. Good stuff. This is what it's all about. Chat, I have been talking about recently the tankification of Owen Jones. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that Owen Jones has unfortunately been a liberal imperial core mouthpiece for propaganda for some time. He has overly criticized Jeremy Corbyn and the left-wing socialist Labour Party efforts that he made, and he has also said absurd and insane things about Gaza and Palestine in the past, but he has, in fact, changed his tune rather significantly over the last couple of years, and of course, it's since October the 7th, and the other day, yesterday, in fact, I saw Owen Jones countering disinformation about Russia. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't mean that Owen Jones is sat there going, Russia is so good, it's the best country to live in, absolutely, and there's definitely no war in Ukraine and it's all made up and stuff like that. But of course, there is a narrative that Russia is, like, murdering loads of Ukrainian civilians and that, like, it's the same as a genocide and all this kind of stuff, and you know, Russia just, like, attacked Ukraine out of nowhere and it was nothing to do with NATO aggression or anything like that. You you know? And I don't expect journalists like Owen Jones to sit there and go, yeah, NATO was really bad, and the reason that Russia invaded Ukraine is because NATO was poking them constantly, you know, organizing fucking fascist counter-revolutions in countries on their border, etc., etc., etc. He's never going to do that. But what I did see was this, which was very interesting. In 12 years, the Russian army has managed to hold 10% of Ukraine by pre-war population. That's its neighboring country. Anyone who thinks the Russians are going to invade the UK is a crank. Now, why is this interesting? Because at the moment, this freak, right? This fucking freak has been joining the chorus of saber-rattling towards Russia from the UK in recent months. Let's hear what the fuck he's saying.
Things like welfare, to be quite honest, they are unimportant when you lose a war and you have Russian, Chechen stormtroopers coming down the street, raping women and killing people.
Yes, that'll definitely happen, won't it? That's definitely going to happen. Now, of course, this is utter nonsense. And what this guy is saying is that people who are on benefits, who are already suffering and dying, should actually suffer and die more, because maybe there would be an invasion of the UK, which is not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. So Owen Jones is saying that regarding Ukraine, and it is completely true. In 12 years, the Russian army has managed to hold 10% of Ukraine by pre-war population. That's its neighboring country. Anyone who thinks the Russians are going to invade the UK is a crank. Now, while this may not have the, you know, the nuance and the detail that maybe I would like to see in reporting in the UK, it's quite good. And it is more and more evidence of what I am calling the tankification of Owen Jones, right? He is going to be a tanky by next year, chat. I'm telling you right now. He's going to be a solid campist. And what else is he doing? I wanted to have a look at this. This is a 29-minute interview between him and this person that I don't know who it is that's saying here. It doesn't actually. But he's talking about this new law that is going through that very well may affect the stream. And what do I mean by the stream? Well, I might, in fact, have to stop talking about certain things in a certain way because the UK is a insane fascist state, right? We're going to have a look at that in a sec. Oh my god, and we got a raid from Argonian Bum as well. Argonian Bum, thank you so much for the raid. Please, everybody, go and show some love to Argonian Bum, another incredible leftist streamer here on Twitch. How are you doing? How was your stream? How is everything? And welcome in everybody from Argonian Bum stream. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. Look at the news and geopolitics. I analyze all that from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. And we are currently looking at the tankification of Owen Jones, which is pretty fucking funny. He's just getting more and more left-wing and more cutting through the propaganda of the empire, which is very funny. He's getting less and less liberal. This is the thing. Hello, Raghav Patel. Welcome in. Welcome in Morton as well. Welcome in everyone from Argonian Bum. Overheating, don't have AC, so 2 fans blowing on me. We saw some leftist wins, which is nice. Hell yeah, good to hear it. More and more hopium. Let's fucking go. By the way, I just want to post what Chuck Dyes put into the chat there because they were talking about Cinemarxism's website. I'm sorry that you got clapped. Yeah, you just need to ask for permission for links if you're a new chatter and you don't have a sub. But yeah, everybody who is interested in ICE Rapid Response in the US, for all the US chatters, wherever you are in the US, hit up that link, icerapidresponse.com. Very, very good. We talked about it on the Red Planet episode that we had Brett on to talk about the ICE Rapid Response stuff. Go and check it out. Go and check it out. Hey, Timmy, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay. Yes, that's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. Sari says, what's the raid alert from? It's escaping me. Okay, so basically that's me a-cappella-ing Scatman's World. Yeah. I know Timmy Casey is a good dude. Timmy Casey is not a regular in the chat, but someone who has been following since December last year, as you can see here. Don't you worry. I know some of yous. I've seen your names. I know who you are. Yeah. I've been watching all of you. Even you, JW181. No, that's not true. I'm lying. Shout out Acid Burns who helped me with Ice Rapid Response. Hell yeah, let's go. Phone bank with me against Core Civic. Core Civic. Oh, sick. Yeah. This is the fucking the horrible fucking piece of shit. Whatchamacallit? This is the data center thing. Hope you're doing well. Wish could be here more, but you know how it is. Hey, listen, no worries at all, Timmy. I appreciate you, man. I got the files on all of you. I got files on all the chatters. I know everything about yous. And I don't like any of the stuff that you like. Oh, Core Civic is a private for-profit prison company. Timmy, thank you for the 4-month sub. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck prisons, but also fuck private prisons even more. Yeah. Legendary shit. Best of luck with that, and great work. I'm sure you've done great work so far. What else was I going to say? Yeah, I said the thing about Ice Rapid Response. Burn that file where I did that one thing. Way ahead of you, King. Don't worry about it. It's all good. People thought the Epstein files were outrageous until the chatter files dropped. No, the chatter files are not like that. Don't compare the chatters to Epstein. That's horrible. Threads, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Enjoy. If we get one more sub chat, we'll have a hype train and we can put off watching content for even longer. What about the Asmon chatter files? That's different. That's different, obviously. Obviously, that's a different thing. My whole life, folks have told me they don't like what I like, so I'm used to it. Yeah, whatever. Chat, are we going to get one more sub? Are we going to get one more gifted sub so the hype train starts? We can listen to some tunes. Got 3 minutes to do it. I don't mind putting it off. It's fine. It means that we'll have hit the sub goal and the dono goal simultaneously, which is great. It's always great news that that's the case. But you know, no pressure. DJ Empirical with the tier 1 gifts. Thank you very much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Let's listen to some great music. All right, chat, you know the drill. How do I bring that up? Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Krill, for the gifted sub to PvP, and the gifted sub to B-Rat, and the gifted sub to Ragav Patel. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Also, thank you, Timmy, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Krill, for the gifted sub to McGinn. Krill for the gifted sub to the Waddles and the Weedles. McGinn for the 5 gifted subs. And Threads for the gifted sub. DJ for the gifted sub. Threads for the 3 months resub. And Timmy for the 4-month resub. Thank you very much for all of the support, chat. Really appreciate it. You got a link for that tune? Yes, I do. There you go. Alien Weaponry. Sounds of the Alien Weaponry. The tune called Kai Tangata. It's Kai space Tangata. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me just Yeah, goals hit, soundboard working, good start to the day, Gremlo raid. Some crazy shit going on. Utter. So, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna say? Ah, yes. Just before we go on. We have got £126.66 so far for the monthly dono goal. So the new monthly dono goal is £990. Hello, Dr. Maggot. How are you doing? I hope chat behaves themselves and everybody is cool and not uncool today. Don't worry, it was not, entirely chat's fault. It's also my fault for getting mad at chat for no reason because I'm stressed. So don't worry. I did a whole apology. with a ukulele at the start of the stream and everything. I was like, I'm sorry I behaved badly. And it's time for me to be accountable. So that's all happened. Let me just change the widgets real quick. Change the tip goal to the monthly goal. So that is 126.66 so far. Top stuff. Okay, there you go. A great start to the week. A great end to the week. All right, so as I was saying earlier, we've got the tankification of Owen Jones. It's happening. It's real. It's very funny. He is reporting correctly on things like the Russian invasion of Ukraine and rejecting saber rattling from the UK Defence Administration, the UK Defence Bureaucracy, Secretariat, whatever you want to call it. So it's very funny stuff. This is the tweet that I was talking about before. And he has also done this interview recently, which talks about a new law that is coming in, which may end up affecting how the stream goes and how I actually report on stuff. For example, the war in Iran. Secretariat is a great Freudian slip. Was it a Freudian slip? I just don't know. I meant secretariat. Did I say secretariat? I meant to say secretariat. Was it a Freudian slip? Do I just not understand that word? Have I used it in the wrong context? A section of the government that is doing stuff. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, here's the interview with this guy and talking about how there is going to be more and more restrictions on free speech in the UK.
This is a massive threat to democracy, and it's getting virtually no debate, discussion, scrutiny at all. Disturbing, but I'm afraid sums up where we're at, not least with the British and Western media. There's something called the National Security State Threats Bill, which is going through Parliament, and it's a huge menace. It's a menace to journalists. It's a menace to humanitarian work. It's a menace to citizens. And it has all sorts of really disturbing implications. You deserve to know about that. In a functioning democracy, you would be hearing about this. But we have the ever brilliant Paul Holden, who is the author of the brilliant The Fraud, which was about Keir Starmer. Because
sect is a word for cult. Ah, I see. Yes, no, very good.
He's now...
No, I like that.
Off. Bye. See you then, Keir Starmer. He wrote this brilliant book, which genuinely played a massive role in bringing Starmerism down. I'm not even exaggerating, because for one thing, you've caused various resignations, not least Josh Simons, who's former head of Labour Together, this right-wing think tank, which was there to destroy the left. And then he ended up an MP. And then he had to resign as a minister because of the scandal. With his ministerial career then over, he then resigned in order to make way for Andy Burnham, which is why Andy Burnham is now taking over the Labour Party.
Oh, boy.
So, Paul, you've had quite a big impact in British politics. It needs to be stated. So, kudos. Not many journalists can say they've helped destroy a prime minister. So on that, let's apply more of your magic. What the hell is this bill? What is it? What are we talking about?
Sure. So this bill's been introduced very, very, very rapidly. So it was introduced into Parliament in June by Shabana Mahmood, who's the Home Secretary. And what it does...
That's how you know it's going to be good, chat. That's how you know that the only one who won't acknowledge Owen's transformation and still calls him a liberal Zionist is Bad Empanada. Wow, I'm shocked. You're telling me that Bad Empanada has a purist, maximalist view on any kind of topic? That's crazy. I would have never believed that. He's very, very forgiving and pragmatic, especially towards organizers in the Imperial Court, which he is from. And he often talks about all the organizing that he's doing in Argentina, doesn't he? He constantly talks about how he is helping organize the Argentinian unions against Javier Milei. He always talks about that, doesn't he? He always talks about what's going on there. He definitely doesn't exploit the country in a expat fashion. Definitely not what he does.
This is basically a...
What was I going to say? Yeah, this bill has been brought in by Shabana Mahmood, which is how you know it's good. Not only has it been brought in by Labour, that's how you know it's really definitely good. It's also definitely really good because it's been brought in by Shabana Mahmood, who is, you know, I don't know. I guess like she hid that she was a fascist for her whole life, and now she just loves being a fascist. It's a bit fucking crazy. She just like literally pretended to be left wing for most of her life, and then as soon as she got in government, she was like, yeah, man, I love killing migrants. I love killing migrants. It's my favorite thing to do. I love forcing migrants to pay £10,000 when they get into the country. Yes, that's a new thing that the Home Office is trying to bring in. And obviously, I know I am not blind to the fact that they always put racialized women in these roles in order to soften the blow and try and shield the government from criticism, right? You can't say that about Shabana Mahmood because she's of Pakistani descent, right? You can't say that about her. She's of Pakistani descent. How could she hate migrants? She comes from a family of migrants. It's quite easy actually. It's quite easily how she could hate migrants because it's something called ideology and radicalization. It's a thing that can happen to literally anybody. It's why you will find people who are, marginalized because of their Jewishness, and they will become insane Zionists, and that's a thing that can happen, right? That's a thing that can happen. We understand that this is a it's not necessarily a phenomena, it's more of an observation in how propaganda works, right? So obviously I understand that. I don't want anybody to, I don't know. It's difficult to say because, she's part of the establishment, right? So I don't want to never say anything bad about Shabana Mahmood. I don't think that's the case, but I just think that we should be aware of it. Like, that is what is happening, right? The reason that, like, for example, David Lammy is making he's in the position where he's making all these horrible decisions, these fascist decisions on jury trials. You can't say that. David Lammy's a black guy. You can't say that. He's a black guy because he's removing all of these rights to a jury trial and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, I am absolutely well aware that these, racialized people are put in these positions in order to like shield them from criticism and shit like that. Alongside, their actual qualifications, because they are qualified for these roles, right? But it is certainly something that goes through the heads of these fucking psychos, particularly Keir Starmer. The Tory government did it. They were like the first to do it, right? Let's appoint Priti Patel. She's a racialized Home Secretary, and you can't criticize her because, she's a racialized person, right? Power corrupts as well as emotionally breaking down activists into institutionalists. This is the thing, right? It's like, if you have spent your whole life in a political struggle, I can understand why when it comes down to it and you get elected as an MP, you get paid £90,000 a year, that kind of softens your stance towards politics in general, yeah? And I completely understand that. I completely understand how that happens. I'm not saying that it's good or it's an excuse, but you can see how it happens. And then when you're offered a job as a minister and you get more money, you become a traitor, right? Doesn't matter what your background is, you become a class traitor, right? Doesn't matter if you're white, racialized, you know, queer, cisgender, trans, whatever. Power corrupts. Exactly. That's the best way to put it, Raghav Patel. Yeah, appreciate that.
And updates existing national security legislations. There's like this overarching national security legislation that was passed in 2020.
Yeah, also the crazy thing is that it doesn't protect them from racism at all, by the way. You know, it doesn't protect them from racism at all. That's another thing. Like, in terms of like, oh, you can't say anything. Like, there are definitely fucking fascists out there who are saying all kinds of things about Shabana Mahmood and David Lammy, right? So yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have seen some people say things like, oh my God, David Lammy is such a particularly genocidal, horrible bastard, right? And I don't want people to just focus on like one guy. Because it's not just one guy. It's not just David Lammy. It's the whole government, right? It's the whole fucking government. That's what I was trying to get at when I was like, you know, mentioning the obvious attempts to shield criticism of the government from, you know, shit like that. It does happen in leftist spaces. It does happen in left-wing spaces where people are like, you know, oh, David Lammy is actually just like a particularly evil guy, and he's doing the genocide and stuff. No, it's Keir Starmer. He put him in the job, and he tells him what to do. He's his boss. You know, the chief of staff, he tells him what to do as well. So, you know, it's not just one guy. You know, you don't just like appoint a home secretary and then all of a sudden they start like making all these decisions on their own and they do all this on their own. No, it's all agreed upon. They do it together. They sit in a big room together in Downing Street and they go, yes, let's eviscerate the poor.
And it amends it and updates it. Now there's basically, you know, it's quite a short bill. There's two primary parts to the bill. So the first part of the bill is to basically create these powers of prescription that are similar to terrorist prescription powers. So as we've seen with Palestine Action being prescribed as a terrorist group, this is similar sort of powers. Now, what it does is it gives the Home Secretary the power to designate what they call a foreign state threat actor or a foreign power actor under this law, effectively designating them as a terrorist group. Right.
What?
Now that is a process that has little to no parliamentary oversight. So unlike, for example, the prescription of Palestine Action, which had to go before Parliament and MPs had to vote on it, under this law, the Home Secretary has effectively unilateral power to designate a foreign threat actor as a foreign threat actor.
Oh, great. Oh, that's so good. So if my stream grows and I am commenting on the Iran war in what I believe to be a correct and accurate manner, which I often do, then I could possibly be designated a terrorist or a foreign state actor. They're just going to declare literally everyone living in a country as terrorists. No, it's even worse than that. They're gonna label people. Oh yeah. No, of course. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It would be that as well. It would be that. This is terrifying. We won't even be able to refer to Hamas health ministry figures, correct? Also, since Reform and Restore take Russian money, they will also be terrorists. Yeah, but they won't do that to Reform and Restore. You can bet your bottom dollar they're not going to do that. They're just going to do it to pro-Palestinian or people like me who accurately report on the goings-on of geopolitics. You know, it's just censorship. Yeah, it's literally George Orwell 1987 Animal Crossing, yeah. The raid notification, I figured out what it sounded like, the Katamari Damacy song. Oh, right, okay, it's definitely not that at all. But, cool. Unless they stand this ideal image of Israel while slightly condemning Netanyahu to suffer the blow, all of a sudden they're not terrorists, right? This is the thing. So insane.
And there's some limited parliamentary scrutiny in intelligence committee oversight committees, but it's extremely limited, and it's been designed for that scrutiny to only happen after the fact of it.
Yes, Animal Crossing. The joke is that it's supposed to be Animal Farm, but I didn't say Animal Farm. I said Animal Crossing. The joke is that it's supposed to be 1984, but I said 1987. The joke is that it is supposed to be George Orwell, but I said George Orwin. You can also say George Formby. That's the joke.
Designation. So
extra funny now I've explained it, isn't it?
Effectively, the Home Secretary will be able to say, okay, I've decided that group over there is effectively a terrorist organization, or it's a foreign threat organization, and you are now prescribed. Now, practically what that means, we can speak to the examples of how that's going to be used, but they can decide to say Hamas, which is already prescribed as a terrorist organization, is also prescribed under this law. Now, the second part of the bill, then...
Wait, I need to hear him say that again.
Particularly what that means, we can speak to the examples of how that's going to be used, but they can decide to say Hamas, which is already prescribed as a terrorist organization, is also prescribed under this law. Now, the second part of the bill then criminalizes the act of collaborating with or working with a designated group. And it's defined extremely broadly in the legislation. What it means practically is that anybody who works with a designated group, who receives a benefit from it, including, so that's money and any sort of goods, but also information, exchanges or shares information with that designated group, is guilty of an offense. Anybody who expresses support for that group commits an offense, similar to the Palestine Action Prescription. Anybody who hosts a meeting or attends a meeting or arranges a meeting in which somebody will make statements in support of that prescribed group or will do something to advance the causes of that prescribed group, it's very vague, would also be guilty of offense. Now, in those cases,
yeah, I think like the thing that he is saying so far is like a bunch of this stuff is already true, right? So like I can't express support for Hamas because they're a prescribed group, in the same way that I can't express support for the Provisional IRA, I can't express support for Hezbollah or Palestine Action, right? That would be a terrorist offense in this country. I can disagree with the prescription of those groups, and I think that they're wrong. I'm allowed to do that. That's my legal right in this country, as far as I understand it. But so a lot of this stuff is stuff that is already there, but particularly the information stuff is the bit that is fucked up, because yes, what someone was saying in the chat before, we won't be able to, yes, refer to Hamas Health Ministry figures, and any organization that refers to Hamas Health Ministry figures, like an NGO or the Lancet or anything like that, any kind of scientific, credible outlet that wants to report on things accurately, where they will have to engage with either Hamas or Iranian groups or Iranian organizations, if those Iranian organizations are deemed as terrorists or whatever, or anything like that, then in fact, yes, that is going to mean that they are prescribed as terrorists as well, or foreign state actors. Here's the thing. It's going to be insanely difficult for them to police this, and it's stupid, but that's why it's so vaguely worded, and I think that is the vaguely worded, that's the reason that it is vaguely worded. It's because it's supposed to be a catch-all. And Eric, hello, yes, I think that you are right. The indecently rushed through Keith's last gift as PM to the Zionists. I do think it's that. So, I think that is particularly... It's particularly egregious that's clearly what it is. There is going to be a chilling effect, right? As soon as this goes through, people are not going to know, what the specifics of the law are. We're going to have to ask questions in the select committees. We're going to have to ask our MPs for more definition. It's kind of like in a similar vein to the ECHR, right? The ECHR stuff about trans people. You can't be in a single-sex space. Okay, well, what is a single-sex space? What do you mean by that? Etc., etc. The reason for that is to, be as vague as possible, to have a chilling effect, right? He said he was going to prescribe the IRGC. I guess this is part of that. Yeah, I mean, the stupid thing is, right, if he prescribes the IRGC, it's like, okay, the IRGC are a terrorist group. Okay, I don't support them. But I will still report on them accurately. But here's the thing, they will often say like, the IRGC linked media and stuff, right? So it's like, what are you saying? You're saying that like this whole time, like when they've been reporting information about like, Tasnim News and IRIB and Fast News Agency and all this, that like they've all been breaking the law. They've all been doing terrorism that whole time. Right. And of course, it's absurd to call these news outlets IRGC linked, because IRGC linked just means there was a guy that was in the IRGC that was part of it. right? In a country that has had to be extremely militarized ever since its inception, the Islamic Republic of Iran in 1979. Might be getting the numbers wrong. I can't remember. But it's been 49 years. So like what, 1975? I can't remember particularly, but you know, yeah, you're saying that like, you know, in this militarized country, they've had to be militarized because of threats from the West, because of threats from the region, you know, and so lots of people have been in the army, and you know, now they're out there and saying like, oh, okay, you know, anyone that's been in the army, that means they're a representative of the IRGC. It's fucking stupid. It would be like saying the US Marine linked Democratic Party, because there are US Marine veterans in the Democratic Party, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Although it's more accurate, because the Democratic Party is definitely, you know, wants to advance the cause of murdering more people. Yeah, Pentagon linked CNN is a more accurate example, right? So, you know, like, what are we fucking doing? Reminds me of not only last night when I was talking to my well-meaning progressive liberal institution respecter mother about how the failures of the Obama administration led to Trump. I don't remember exactly what I said. Something about how he fell short of what he sold on his campaign. People were upset because of that. And she said, oh, because he's black? That's not at all what I said. Yeah, right, exactly. Calling them the axis of evil since 2000, doing simulated war games since 2000. Why are these people so paranoid and crazy? Hey, powerful finger. Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. Reminds me of the most angry I've ever heard James O'Brien after Bob Villan led a chant of death to the IDF, called them absolute scum with such venom and bile more than any Brexiter. This is the thing, yeah, liberals are just like, you know, they're just like, anyone who says anything that I don't agree with is the worst person ever and they should be destroyed. You know, but actually the things that they disagree with are like things on the left, not things on the right. You know? It's fucking absurd. So anyway,
if you're convicted, you are convicted for on a term of imprisonment of between 10 and 14 years.
Cool.
It's the same as being convicted of a terrorist offense. So
that's so cool.
Work in any sort of meaningful way with one of these designated groups. If you share any information, if you express any support, you could face 10 to 14 years in jail. And we'll speak about this a bit more, but one of the things that's quite striking about it is that the way in which the legislation is worded is it says you can't really say I didn't know as a defense, because it's the legislation is worded to say that you know that on an objective test, if you work with this group, you should have known that they were prescribed. You know, you can't say I didn't know about this law, I didn't know you prescribed that body. That's not a defense.
Right, but it is a defense, right? It is a fucking defense, especially if this law gets passed and you don't know about it and there's been nothing in the media about it, and you go, I didn't know this was illegal, right? Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what the fuck are we doing? It's just fucking crazy. There's never any fucking fanfare about this stuff, and they expect people to, like, know the law and shit. And we're having to learn about this from, you know, some independent journalists that are very good. But this is something that should be being reported on by the mainstream media. You know? Yeah, they'll deny plausible deniability straight away. Fill up the private prison factories with someone, yes. Strange how Hamas and Hezbollah prescribed, but there's no record of them having carried out any terrorist attacks in the UK, unlike Mossad, who set off a car bomb outside the Israeli embassy. Yeah, correct. This is why I disagree with the prescription of them as terrorists, because they have not done any terrorism in the UK. It's just not real. Right? Same with Palestine Action. Like, that's why I disagree with the prescription of Palestine Action, because they haven't done any terrorism in the UK. You know what I mean? And I know that the High Court wants to say that they have, but they haven't. Like, that's just the end of it, right? Is this Paul Holden? Funny he wasn't on TV at all when Starmer was dethroned. Yeah, I wonder why. Wouldn't be anything to do with the fact that it was like a lot to do with him, right?
So
and his book, The Fraud.
People who will find out by accident, potentially, that they have been working somehow to support a prescribed group, and they'll go to jail, even though they've not knowingly actually committed an offense or even committed a crime. I think that's the interesting thing about it, is the types of things that it's criminalizing aren't criminal offenses, like hosting a meeting and talking about something is not a crime. Posting legal speech it's not a crime. But if you post legal speech or you host a meeting where you're discussing something that supports a designated group, that becomes a crime, right? So
Stars Bang of Shitlog, hello. Thinking about it, the PLO have more of a terrorist pedigree than Hamas and Hezbollah. They literally invented it as far as I remember. Yeah, like, here's the thing, right? The PLO, what was it? That was what Layla Khaled was part of, the hijacking of that plane in Germany or some shit, and like taking people hostage and stuff, right? That's definitely more of like what would be considered a terrorist activity, yeah? And it's like, Hamas and Hezbollah have never done that. Like, they've literally never done anything like that in a country other than the country that they are in, you know? And it's just like absurd, completely absurd. Yes, and they won't prescribe the pager bombings as terror, right? You know? Insane stuff. That was the first instance of the term terrorism being used to describe something. I think the Nazis used it towards left-wing groups before that. I do think that was the beginning of it. Started at the PLO stuff. I could be wrong about that, but I seem to remember someone pointing out to me at some point that the Nazis used the German word for terrorism. The term terrorism dates back to the French Revolution. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think it's older than that. I mean, you know, in terms of like popularizing the word terrorism to mean scary brown people from the periphery who are colonized, definitely the PLO, 1,000%. I thought it was for the Zionists fighting British occupation. I think it was definitely used to describe Zionists who were attacking the Brits. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, the Stern Gang and Leahy Gang did it a lot, correct. Irgun and Stern, yeah.
Massively expands the definition of criminality in the UK, and really I think will have a massively chilling effect on all sorts of aspects of public life, not just journalism, although journalism and humanitarian aid provision is some of the key issues where the people have already raised concerns.
So we'll come on to that. We'll come on to those particular issues. Just explain, what is driving this? Where the hell has this come from?
Well, it's a little bit complicated. I mean, the thing that's really striking to me is how...
I already know the answer to this. I already know the answer to this. Hey, Red Bear, how you doing? Stern Gang and Haganah who hanged British soldiers and booby-trapped their bodies, yeah. Normal stuff. Just really normal stuff. I know the answer to this. I know why this is happening. It begins with I and ends in Israeli lobby. That's why this is happening. I know why this is happening.
Rapidly it's being put in.
But also not necessarily the Israeli lobby, also just like the UK's necessity to adhere to imperialism in any way, right? And it wants to lock down. Like, I think the thing is that what we have to remember, chat, is that this is why things are getting so bad in the UK, is because the empire is falling apart and it is about to be completely unrecognizable. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what these big imperialist bosses think they're fucking doing when it comes to saber-rattling over Russia and saying that the UK should just be like attacking Russia and ready for war with Russia and all this kind of stuff, because they will get fucking battered, right? We will get battered. The whole of Europe would get battered by Russia. That's just the facts, right? I don't know why they think that that's such a good idea when America is definitely not going to help. Because we aren't really helping them as much as they would like us to in Iran. And even if we did, we would still get battered with them in Iran. So, you know, the empire is falling apart. There is this fracture between the US and the rest of NATO. It isn't quite fractured yet, but it's fracturing. It's becoming smaller. It's becoming weaker. But the reason for this happening is certainly because I think the people in power, including Starmer, Burnham, all these people, you know, even the transitionary, people who are helping out with all this stuff, I think they understand that the balance of power is now shifting away from the West, right? And I think that that is why a lot of nations are Turkifying, as I have called it, right? Which means becoming more and more fascist and dictatorial, increasing military spending, wanting to increase the size of the military. Now, sadly for the UK and the ruling class in the UK, this is going to be very difficult because people in the ruling, people in the, motherfucker just said PP. People in the UK don't want to join the army. They don't want to go to war. They don't want any of that stuff. Yeah? They don't want any of that stuff. That's going to be very difficult for the UK to do. The UK has engaged in the military-industrial complex, which drives up the price of arms and guns, weapons, ammunition, all this kind of stuff. So it's going to be very fucking difficult for us to afford anything of any meaningful kind of defense because we don't have state production of military hardware or anything like that. So participating in capitalism has made us shoot ourselves in the foot once again. I don't want to say ourselves because I'm not fucking part of that, but the UK. And that's why this is all happening, right? Because the empire is getting scared. It doesn't know what's going on. It knows that it doesn't have the power that it used to, and so it's turning that exerted power from the outside into itself. Yeah. It's the imperial boomerang. That's what it is, chat. The easiest way to understand it is by explaining it in the way that I have done. Yeah. Turkey, the table of success. Well, that's what they say. The anti-immigrant riots in South Africa are particularly saddening. Yeah, again, that is also an example of, imperialism turning in on itself. While South Africa is not an imperialist country, it has been attempted to be co-opted by the imperial core even after apartheid was over. Like, if you speak to any black person in South Africa, they will tell you that apartheid didn't really end. It ended in a symbolic fashion, and there was less killing, there was less particularly egregious crimes against humanity and stuff like that. But black people still overwhelmingly have a terrible life. The working class in South Africa don't have a good life, and of course they're scapegoating migrants, right? So that's an upsetting reality, but it is another example of vassal states. That's what they say, right? Hippie marshmallow. Economic apartheid still exists. Completely believable. Calling it now, Russia is going to be our version of collapsing empire, randomly attacking everybody. Do you mean we're just going to be like saying that they're attacking everyone? I don't know. Turkey became more and more reactionary after the Kub-ruled Ottoman Empire was brought down by the British and the French, literally genocided Kurds and killed socialists. Yeah, absolutely. If you don't like a lot of people talk about, like, I've talked about Erdogan and, modern Turkey and shit like that. And, it is a great example of what's that? There's a country that you don't like in the world that, is far away, a foreign country. Like, for example, Iran. Anything that you don't like about Iran is because of empire. Anything that you don't like about China is because of empire. Anything you don't like about Russia is because of empire. Russia is going to be our Iran, I think they mean. Oh, yeah, sure. But I think it will happen very fast and it will be over very fast. I think it will be very, very stupid. I think that if the UK dares, if Europe in general dares to attack Russia, I think that will be over very, very fast. In the way that Israel is attacking everyone in a bid to save itself but making it worse, we're going to attack Russia because we're collapsing. Ah, yes. That is certainly what I'm alluding to. Yes, that's what I'm alluding to. All this saber-rattling about Russia, all this saber-rattling about all that kind of stuff. Yes, it's because our empire is collapsing. And of course, the smartest thing to do is for the government to actually exercise some sovereignty from the United States. That would be the correct way to handle this. It would be to say, okay, we're not having your bases on our land anymore. Get rid. We're going to have some social safety net policy for everybody in Britain. We're going to take care of Brits first, right? And I'm not saying Britain first. I'm saying, everybody in Britain, including migrants, etc. And then all of a sudden, what do you know? We've got a thriving economy. We've got thriving production, manufacturing, all this kind of business. And we got a great country. But that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's going to be very difficult, and it's why we all need to go outside and organize to make it as least difficult as possible. In the same, Russophobia manufactured in this country is out of control. Yeah, but I think, like, it doesn't translate to on the ground. It really doesn't translate to on the ground. And that's because I think that the UK Ministry of Defense, the defense establishment, forgets that Russians are white. So you just can't, like, you know, they're white and they're not Muslim. So you're not going to be able to do it in the same way. You've spent like 20 years trying to make Brits hate Muslims, and you've got to a point where you've got them to do pogroms, right? But you're going to be, it's going to be a long time before you get them to fucking think the same about Russia, and they don't have that time. It's not going to happen. It's why the smartest thing would be to just like stop and just fucking like reevaluate everything. But they're obsessed with power, and they don't want to lose it. Except for Chechens. I guarantee you speak to a person on the ground and like, go outside now, and the first person you speak to, go, do you know what Chechens are? They will go, no. Czechoslovakia? That's what they'll say. You know? They'll go, Czechoslovakia? They don't know what Chechens are. They've never heard of that shit. They don't know what the fuck that is. Even if the news started talking about it, they'd be like, I don't know. They would probably demonize the Chechens. Yeah, but that's like, what? Like a fucking, like, a tiny bit of Russia. Yeah, Chester Cheeto? Who? You know, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And even if they demonize Chechens, they just won't be able to manufacture consent that much because, like, it's still Russia, right? It's still Russia. I know about Chechens. Susie, that's because you're a smart individual and you're in chats like mine and you're in chats like Marcus's. That's why you know about Chechens. You're not an average random person in the street. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying go outside, speak to one of your neighbors and ask them if they know what the fuck a Chechen is. You know? You're very wrong. Libs in Serbia are pro-EU and immediately started parroting Eastern hordes. Chechens are going to rape us all, talking points. That's in Serbia. That's it. The Balkans, completely different. I'm talking about in the UK. I guarantee that shit stops when you get to, like, Hungary. I reckon Hungary doesn't know shit about Chechens. I reckon if you go from, like, Hungary westwards, right, not including Poland, Hungary westwards, so like Austria, fucking Switzerland, Czechia, Italy, France, UK, Denmark, Norway, Sweden. They don't know what the fuck a Chechen is. They will think you mean Czechia. Even in Czechia, they will be like, is that a different word for us? Right? In the Balkans, they'll definitely know. Of course they will. You don't want to know my neighbor's take on Bosnia and communism? Oh yeah, no, sure. Like, there'll be people who know about Bosnia for sure, absolutely. But they won't know what the fuck a Chechen is. You know.
Place. I mean, it's literally in the last month. You know, they introduced this bill in its original wording in June.
Oh, I wanted to read that. Same shit with India. Britain is the reason that Pakistan had an organic movement that led to its dominion in 1947, and the shit with the BJP and Modi after decades of liberal rule until 2014. Yes, absolutely, yes. In France, they don't know. They just know Algerians and screech at them. Yeah, exactly. All the consent has been manufactured against brown Muslims in the West. Like, they wasted their time with that shit instead of, like, you know, and I'm not saying wasted their time from my opinion. I'm just saying from their opinion, if they wanted to continue the neoliberal, capitalist, imperialist project, they've wasted their time because they didn't manufacture enough spooky, scary Russian propaganda because they were obsessed with brown Muslims. And now the brown Muslims are actually, they're hitting a wall against that particular group in the imperial periphery. And it is going to be the end of the empire because of it. And now they're going, oh shit, we need to get Russia. Fuck! Right? Still blows my mind that Brits and Canadians fought in the Russian Civil War. We were never taught that. Oh yeah. What? You mean the revolution? 2 of the 14 invading imperialist countries. Oh well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, 1000%. I thought you meant in the revolution. I was going to say, yeah, I imagine there was probably some internationalists back then because there were internationalists in the Spanish Civil War, right? There was a grifting ex-military type on... Oh, the counter-revolution. Ah, yes. The counter-revolution. There was a grifting ex-military type on LBC or Radio 4 raising a scare story about Chechen troops marching down UK high streets, scraping women and children. Yeah. We just saw that. But this is what I mean. This isn't going to translate. It's this guy. This just isn't going to translate to, like... to Britain. You know? The anti-Russian propaganda has been quite successful here in the US. It doesn't... I don't think it works at all in Britain. I think in Britain, we're like, yeah, that's Ukraine's war, whatever. And like the average person might say, yeah, it's bad that Russia invaded Ukraine. But they're not going to sit here and be like, yeah, I think we should attack Russia. There's no one in the UK who thinks that's a good idea. Here you see 1 million Ukraine flags a day. What, in the States? I find it hard to believe. Like, maybe where you live, particularly Chinese mustard, but that can't be true. That can't even be true for some places in the States, surely. Here too, that's crazy. I'm convinced the USA is about to park a nuke in Finland. I'm pretty sure there already is one. In your place as well, Yasui Yasai? In the US it works? Yeah, that's fair enough. Ask American comrades on public temperature on Ukraine. No thanks. That already happens in the chat on a regular basis. When anyone hears me talk about anything regarding Russia, they're like, oh, you love Putin. You're the same as a Zionist. That happened the other day. Lost a fucking long time chatter. Year-long chatter. Gone overnight. My neighbor has 4 giant flags. USA, Israel, Ukraine, and rainbow. Cursed. Absolutely cursed. Not in my fucking name. Fuck me, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, it definitely depends where you live in the USA, I think. You're gonna have some places, but... You'd almost think that Russia has only ever been Putin. I mean, it kind of has for the last 20 years. You got to give him that. You got to give him that. Look at Melpo's head. What is he doing? Well played. Okay. Let's get back to this.
And they passed, they basically forced through on agreement with Parliament and with the...
You know what? That's good enough for a clip. I'm doing it, chat. My first replay buffer clip. Let's see if it works. Oh, I don't think it worked. Do we have to click that? Oh! Encoding overloaded. Is it working? I don't think it's working. I think I fucked it. Oh, shit. Oh, it's happening, it's happening. Fuck yeah, let's go. Oh no, I think I stopped it from happening. Oh no, I think I broke it by pressing too many buttons at once. Oh no, it looks like it's happening. I'm gonna make a little clip out of that. Put it on the clips channel. Look out for that this weekend. Did that work? Yes! It worked! Quality stuff. Quality stuff. I've figured it out. You need to shake your fist at the... Whoa! What the fuck? Why did it just open Edge? Microsoft Edge. I don't even know what I did. Computer had to edge for a second. Hey. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good to not have to ask for money at every point during the stream. I just thought, oh my god, it's been 2 hours 40 and I've not asked for money, but it's because we all hit the fucking dono goal, you legends. And the sub goal. Smash the shit out of it. Well done, chat. Enough love. Okay. What was I going to say? Let's carry on with this.
They forced through all 3 readings of the bill in one day, one sitting of Parliament in the afternoon. The plan is
working to not always watching but listening, and you're making me laugh. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it.
Books within the next 2 to 3 weeks, and that is extremely, extremely fast. And even the people who support this bill, support the intention behind the bill, are saying,
"Thank you for the follow.
This is mad. You can't rush through legislation like this so quickly." Even the Tories who support the bill have been saying this is mad. The independent terrorism reviewers have been saying, this bill is not complete. Why are you rushing ahead so quickly?
Valerie, you said that you wouldn't be watching the stream today. I just checked Blue Sky. You said you wouldn't be watching the stream today because you're on a plane, but you're watching the stream and you're in the chat. What's happening? Explain yourself immediately. When's the last time you chatted? There you go. There's the proof. There's the proof. Can't believe it. I can't believe she lied to me, chat. That's crazy.
Now, the formal, the stated reason behind it is this idea that the UK is facing these like hybrid threats to public safety and the public
hybrid threats.
And again, these things are defined very widely. And like a designated group is defined as a threat if it threatens the safety or interests of the UK, which is such a broad designation, right? And sort of certain examples are sort of cited loosely as examples of this, like, you know, the
chat. What's a hybrid threat? It's a new made-up thing to make you scared. You remember how we were just talking about the origin of the word terrorist? It's like that. It's basically like that.
On Keir Starmer's property,
hybrid threat,
Kentish Town in North London, and then his car, which has sort of been linked vaguely and sort of in a slightly confusing way to this unknown Russian-speaking agent, and there's sort of indications that that might be like a Russian state actor who's behind it. I'm slightly more cynical about whether this law is actually designed to deal with those threats. I think what this law is primarily designed to do, I think it's almost written for the sole purpose, is to provide...
Melpo's like, stop filming me, mate.
To designate entire foreign armed forces or countries as effectively terrorist entities in pursuit of particular international objectives.
Yep.
It seems to be very
right.
obvious that the first target of this is going to be the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, with the IRGC, which is effectively Iran's armed forces. Now, this is something that's been pushed for a very long time by Israel itself. It's been pushed by pro-Israel organizations. And it seems to me to be designed to find a way to effectively sanction the whole of Iran in one fell sweep and create all these incredibly difficult situations, but effectively to isolate Iran as a country as a whole and make it nearly impossible.
That'll work. You know what? I think they got it. I think they hit the nail on the head with this one. I think this will work. Famously, when you isolate a country, it just makes them really weak and they just disappear, don't they? That's how that works. That's what happened with North Korea, isn't it, chat? When North Korea was isolated, wasn't it? It just all fell apart, didn't it? Fell apart. It doesn't even exist anymore, does it? It doesn't exist. It's definitely not thriving, is it? Oh, what's that? The Wall Street Journal? The world's most surprising economic success story is North Korea? Wow. Oh, how did that happen? Wait, no, that's not supposed to happen. When you isolate a country and you demonize it and you lie about it constantly, it's supposed to just die. That's what's supposed to happen. And then South Korea can invade it. Wait, you're telling me that doesn't work? With the way they talk about Iran, you'd think that they would do a land invasion. They're going to do a land invasion. That's happening. They got 600,000 troops in the region. Anytime you hear anything about Iran, you just have to hold on to the knowledge in the back of your head that they are going to do a land invasion. It's going to go very badly for America. This is why I'm talking about the empire collapsing, because that's how it's going to happen. Iran is going to obliterate the Americans, the American military. And I think that what it will mean is that countries like Cuba and other various different strangled by the US imperialist regimes tentacles will find things much more easy afterwards, and that will provide an end to imperialism as we know it. So yeah, I would definitely, if you're hearing Iran propaganda, hold on to that in the back of your head, and things will make sense. I hope so. I mean, there's not even any really hope involved, because that is what's going to happen. Like, it doesn't matter how many troops they throw at Iran. Like, you know, how many troops invaded Iraq? What was the size of the Iraq invasion? It was like 100,000, right? What was the size of the Iraq invasion? Iraq war. Okay, coalition forces. There were roughly 500,000, 600,000. 600,000 people, including from the UK, including from Australia, Poland, Kurdish separatists, and other militias, right? They did not win the Iraq war. They definitely murdered a bunch of people, and it was very bad. But as we've discussed, the invasion of Iran is not going to be that easy. It could go either way. No, I don't think it could. I really don't think it could. I'm being serious. Oh, you're talking about Cuba. Sorry. I think that if we're talking about the Eye of Sauron that Trump thinks Iran has, but actually he has, Trump's Eye of Sauron is now constantly fixed on Iran. That is what is happening. And I don't think that anything is going to happen to Cuba. They may bomb Cuba from the air. They, you know, may include it in the same kind of bombing campaigns that it's been doing in Ecuador and Colombia and even in Mexico, I think. But particularly, they will be, you know, they're going to be focused on Iran. They got 600,000 troops in the region. There's not really any more else to spare. What's the size? Is it 1 million? Size of US armed forces. Supposedly about 1 million. I feel very, very bad for the Kurds. They got dealt a very bad hand by history, but God, they can't keep falling for it. Well, yeah, they didn't fall for it this time round, did they? They said, we won't be going into Iran unless the US does. But I guess even if they go in when the US does, I think that they will, you know, it would be bad. Yeah, they just took the weapons this time. Yes, that's right. They didn't even bother. They didn't even bother doing anything. They took the weapons. Now, there were some Kurdish separatists in Iran that did take part in the protests. That's particularly true. But if we're talking about Kurds outside of Iran, they did not. They did not invade in the way that the US wanted them to. I don't think America will bomb Cuba. They're already getting the reforms that they want through economic war. Yeah, but are they, though? Because I know that the Cuba is saying, okay, well, we're going to do like a bit of privatization. And what it looks like is it looks like they are going to say, yeah, okay, we're going to privatize. We're going to allow some US investment. But I think that what they're going to do is they're going to have heavy state control over that investment. So some people were saying like, oh, are you worried about this? I'm not particularly worried about it. You know? Yeah, a lot of asterisks. There's private banks now. Yeah, I believe it. But listen, like, you know, what do? Do we trust the revolution, or do we trust our own fears that have been inspired by imperialism? I trust the revolution. The main barrier to investment in Cuba has never been the Cuban government. That's also true. Yes, exactly, Raghav Patel. That's what I'm talking about. I think that Cuba has gone, okay, what we'll do is we'll go, yes, don't worry, America, we'll privatize these sections of the government, or these sections of the market that you want us to privatize. But they will be taking the lead from China, you know, because in China, that's what they call it. They call it the mix. You know, they're doing communism and capitalism. It's Dengism. China wasn't coerced to make those decisions, though. I think it was. It pretty much was. China was absolutely hounded in the same way that the USSR was hounded, in the same way that Cuba has always been hounded for daring to be a communist country. Dengism particularly came out of, you know, the coercion. Not by naval blockade. Okay, we don't need to do like a competition of who is the most. Obviously, Cuba is suffering more than China. Yeah? Absolutely. But in the past, China was coerced by capitalist imperialists and sanctions by capitalist imperialists in order to do the mix. It wasn't in the same way, and I'll give you that. But to sit there and be like, China wasn't coerced, it's just wrong. It's just not true. Yeah, they weren't coerced by naval blockade, but they were certainly coerced by the same, you know, levers of imperialist, capitalist powers that is also, you know, because, yeah, there's a naval blockade in, you know, against Cuba right now, right? But before that, they had the blockade in general, right? The trade blockade, you know? So, again, I would trust the revolution. That's what I would say. I would trust the revolution. Future, yeah. People still believe very Western lie about Tiananmen Square. Yep. I don't think that Spaceman Sador does, though. Also, welcome into the stream, Orally Astra. I love when libs go, China isn't real communism, so we have to privatize air. Yeah, that's so good when people say that. Just give up. China isn't real communism. I used to believe it too. I used to believe that they didn't care about that too either. People believe that Tibet is not free. Yep, people still believe Tibet is not free. And people believe that China is constantly threatening to genocide Taiwanese people, you know. But again, I want to stress, I do not think that Spaceman Sador thinks those things. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
For British citizens to engage with it. Now that serves all sorts of interests in the UK. But it seems to me like this is primarily designed as a way of rapidly introducing mechanisms to make it nearly impossible for British citizens, in good faith and in bad, to engage with huge swathes of the world. And that's an incredibly disturbing phenomenon.
So just to be clear, can you just be clear about how broad the definition of state threat activity is? Like what does that mean in practice?
I mean, so if you look at the MI5 definition, and this is there's guidance on this, and it's really broad, and it's things that like obviously should be illegal, right? So it's things like sabotage, espionage, political assassination.
Be right back, chat.
But then it's also things like interference, right? And interference is very vaguely defined. Interference can be disinformation. Interference can just be affecting political outcomes in a certain way. It could be influencing the conduct of politics in a particular way. So it's extremely, extremely broad in terms of how it's applied. So practically what's going to happen under this bill is that the Home Secretary is going to work with the intelligence services. The intelligence services are going to say, we think that these actors, these state actors, are making people post stuff on Facebook. On that basis, we should designate them as terrorist groups. And anybody who posts the stuff on Facebook should know that they're doing it in support of this group and they could be criminalized, right? So it's a very, it's extremely broad, extremely fuzzy. It massively extends executive power. But I think more importantly, it hugely empowers the intelligence services to work almost unscrutinized to push for the designation of hostile state actors and massively shrink the space for like civil engagement on all sorts of issues.
In terms of journalism, how could a journalist doing their job fall foul of this legislation?
Sure. So I think it's very good. I mean, this feels a bit academic, so it's useful to like ground it in a specific example. Let's take the example of the IRGC, which seems to be the first one. So the IRGC is designated. The IRGC controls 30 to 50% of Iran's economy. The IRGC controls academia, it controls academic institutions, it controls scientific research institutions, it controls, by proxy and indirectly, it controls quite a lot of Iran's state media. Now, what that means is if you're a journalist, right, and you want to just interview somebody in Iran to understand what their negotiating position is in relation to the current conflict in Iran, that could be an offense because you're exchanging information with a designated group, right? So this is the absolute basic stuff of journalism, is that when there's conflict, you need to speak to all parties to find out what their positions are and interrogate them. If you do that, you'd be guilty of offense. You can't go and develop a source in Iran because it might be that source is connected somehow to the IRGC, which controls huge parts of the government and the economy, right? But then there's other implications as well. Like the IRGC includes the Iranian Navy. It includes the civil administration, which is overseeing the Strait of Hormuz. You could have British business people or Iranian citizens who are trying to move goods through the Strait of Hormuz who have to negotiate with the IRGC for safe passage. Are they going to be designated? Are they going to fall foul of this law? I mean, you can have academics who want to be working with academics in Tehran, who want to be exchanging scientific information. You can't, for example, call an Iranian scientist who is working on Iranian's nuclear enrichment program to speak to them about it, because that program is controlled by the IRGC. It would be nearly impossible, really practically, as a journalist. It would raise the risk profile of who and how you can conduct the most basic journalism in Iran. It'll have the most insane chilling effect on journalists who want to work in that group. I'll give you another example. What if under this designation, I think this is not unlikely, the Home Secretary designates under this law Hamas as a foreign state threat actor. It's already designated as a terrorist group. What does that mean practically? It means practically a journalist can't get information from the Hamas-run health ministry.
Mm-hmm.
They can't speak to doctors who are employed by that ministry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? Hamas runs a lot of those hospitals. It's the civil administration of Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How can you as a journalist, you won't be able to go there, or you won't be able to call them and ask them for information? You certainly would not be able to do anything like organize as a journalist to go to Gaza and arrange with the civil administration of Hamas to have access to do objective reporting.
So I've got a couple of concrete examples. So, for example, Dropsite News have done really brilliant work in terms of based on their coverage on the Iran war, where you get the Iranian perspective. They speak to Iranian sources, and so they can understand the negotiating position, all the rest of it. Another is, so for example, the Iraq body count, which is that's a British-based outlet, because that's a US. I'm just saying that's a US-based outlet. If someone was doing the same thing, and they, for example, they obviously have been communicating with, for example, the people who work, as you say, in the Gaza health ministry, who have been doing meticulous work. And although it's an underestimate, that's how conservative their estimates are in terms of identifying each of the dead. That would fall foul, basically.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's interesting because I was reading the parliamentary debates and I was reading through some of the commentary, and somebody actually asked this question or like a version of this question, and the response was mad. It was basically, it said, well, what you can do as a journalist is you can work with the FCDO. Basically one of the carve-outs is that if you do something the government supports, then you'll be protected. So as a journalist, you're basically going to have to be like, okay, I have to get this British government's pre-approval to go approach somebody in Gaza or Iran or maybe even Russia, where they're planning to designate all sorts of groups there as well, in order to do my work. I mean, it is mad stuff. And of course, it affects journalists and affects academics, but it also affects, like, really very clearly, it affects humanitarian and charity actors as well. And actually, the International Development Committee in Parliament has written to the Home Secretary and said, we're very concerned about the way this bill is written. There's no carve-out for humanitarian work. And so practically what that means is, this is one example that's been given by the former independent review of terrorism legislation, is if the IRGC is designated as a group, there's a charity that does work called the Halo Trust. And the Halo Trust, what it does is it goes to countries and it helps them demine. So if landmines have been placed in like the Strait of Hormuz, they help to remove them, but they also teach people how to spot mines and how to be safe, right? It's practically impossible for those organizations to go and do their work without collaborating at some level with foreign powers that control them. The same way if you want to do humanitarian work in Sudan, which is undergoing a genocide, right? There's going to be, if any of the actors in Sudan are designated foreign threat actors, it'll be impossible for humanitarian actors to go there and, give vaccines to children.
Or Gaza.
Or Gaza, right? Yeah. I mean, this is all things where it'll be nearly impossible to do humanitarian work. And again, looking at that debate,
what happened, chat? Did I say anything else insane? The Dalai Lama's name appears over 150 times in the Epstein files. Yeah, of course it does. Did you not see that thing about him, like, sucking the tongue of a kid? It was completely insane. No, they didn't say anything else insane. Okay. All right.
Has been like, well, you can talk to the government and get their pre-approval. It's like, well, this is nonsense. Like, first of all, this is a mad situation where you're creating a law where humanitarian organizations trying to do humanitarian work in incredibly difficult, complex environments are now going to be thinking to themselves, actually, is this a 14-year terrorist offense, effectively? The ability of these organizations to function is going to be so severely curtailed.
I mean, I suppose also with Iran, I mean, we could have ended up with a situation now where various Western countries end up engaging and, depends what happens with the US and all the rest of it. But, there could be a peace settlement which ends Iran's isolation. But Britain would end up being the one exception, which just goes in a different direction altogether compared to those other states.
Sure. I mean, what it does is it basically, there's real concerns about, there's always been concerns about...
The irreconcilable contradictions are going to break all charity work in Gaza, yeah. Saying the same thing that you said about journalists not being able to report on Gaza death because of health records associated with Hamas. Thank you, PvP. Basically said what you said off the top of your head is as soon as you heard what it was about. Well, that was actually someone else in the chat. That was actually Soul Chicken who said that. So, not off the top of my head, stolen from a chatter. But I could have fucking stole that from you. Yeah, could have done it. Could have done it. Make a note of that. Yeah? Could have easily done that. And when you started protesting in the chat, I could have just banned you, timed you out or something, or had an argument with you, and everyone would have believed me because I'm the streamer. But I didn't do that to you. And I wouldn't do that to you. Yeah? Just remember. Just remember. Got your back.
What happens when you prescribe terrorist groups, which also present themselves, they'll present themselves as like liberation organizations. There was a very intense debate around, Tony Blair, for example, opposed the prescription of Hamas. Because he's like, look, these are parties to a conflict. You might not like the methods, and obviously
it's not a spicy chat day. No, that was me being a spicy streamer.
Yeah.
And but they're like, this is a party to a conflict. These conflicts are.
That's not what happens. It's the other way around. You see what I mean, chat? The chatters are so ready to believe that it's chat that is wrong. Yeah. Love a spicy streamer. See, I can't do anything wrong. I literally can't do anything wrong. That's the thing. And I will never abuse that power, chat, unless I'm having a bad day. Okay? I didn't say that. I know, but I'm using your chat message to prove my point. It was just a really convenient chat message that you sent. Hey Ash, how you doing? Spices my mojo, exactly.
Does it actually mean that you if you prescribe this as a terrorist group, if you prescribe Hezbollah as a terrorist group, you really are limiting the ability to actually engage with them. It can only be done through sort of diplomatic means, and it's very constraining, right? Now, if you do that if you do it to the IRGC, or if you do it in Russia to the GRU, you're saying this is the whole country effectively. The whole country is off bounds. The whole country is off.
I'm often the catalyst of a message I don't know about. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good.
For any
You're all
citizen
good.
of the UK who wants to engage with it in good or bad faith. It's effectively a way of like massively isolating these entities by the back door. And the cynic in me thinks, well, there's plainly particular groups who want that, and I don't think they have all of our best interests at heart.
It's just on that side, because it's quite interesting, because it is a good example, and also it also shows how things have shifted. Because in 2017,
yes, classic imperialists love brute force. They're drunk on power. That's the entire thing. But I think that this is, this is the thing, chat. I do think that the response to the invasion in Iran is going to be seismic. It's already been seismic in terms of the, I don't know what you would call it, the way in which power has dramatically shifted in the region, in the Swana region, right? Of course, Israel is just lashing out and doing all these kinds of mad things and not really making a good case for the US still in various different countries and shit like that, not really making a good case for itself, not really saving itself from any kind of criticism or whatnot. But this is because it's the empire lashing out. You know, the Zionist entity known as Israel is literally the jagged spear point of imperialism. And when that is lashing out and freaking out because it's like, oh my God, we could get destroyed tomorrow. And it's like, yeah, they've been saying this for like the last 20 years, but it is because they're an incredibly weak nation that relies on the aid of the United States in order to survive, right? But it is true at this point. Like, they could genuinely fall apart tomorrow. Like, if Hezbollah just keep winning, you know, they've only got so many troops. Like, they've only got so many IOF soldiers, and they've only got so many reservists, and they've only got so many people in Israel who would be willing to fight. And Hezbollah is taking fucking an unknown but significant amount of them out, you know, every single day. Hence, they need more AI drones. Yeah, but even Hezbollah is taking down drones. Like, they have them, like, big fucking sick drone guns that are, like, radio or whatever, and they just, like, point them at a drone and it goes... You know? So, you know, and yeah, you know, like, drones aren't going to stop, like, you know, for example... If Hezbollah decides, okay, it's time to take the fight to the Zionist entity, it's time to actually invade occupied Palestine and free it, drones aren't going to do much. Has there also not been Israelis moving out of Israel? You won't hear about it, but I guarantee there are. 1,000%. You know, why are we hearing more and more fucking violence against pro-Palestine protesters? Is it because there are Israelis, literal Israelis who were born in Israel who are like, I'm leaving my country because I'm scared, because my country is too much of a fascist fucking state to stop itself from being attacked by various different resistance, you know, armies and shit. And they're coming over here and taking it out on just like random people. There was that guy that was arrested in... Didn't I cover that yesterday? Did I cover that yesterday? There was a guy that was arrested in America somewhere for like... And he was an Israeli and he'd recently moved back. And he had been like calling up Jewish people and threatening them and stuff. They had... yeah, we're hearing more and more stories about anti-Zionist violence from various Israeli citizens all over the world. But yeah, he was phoning up Jewish people and threatening them. He was phoning up synagogues and saying, we're going to bomb you. He was phoning up, like Jewish organizations and being like, yeah, we're going to batter you, free Palestine, this, that, and the other. And it just turned out it was just an Israeli guy. You know? One day the force of fascism will defeat itself through its own subjects, we can only hope. I mean, fascism is structurally weak, right? It's imperialism in the state that is strong. In terms of this is why Israel is in fact like a weak society, because it's a fascist society. All it knows is violence. And human beings need cooperation to survive. And if all you have is individualism and violence, it's not going to work. I was on holiday in Egypt in April and there was loads of Israelis at Sharm el-Sheikh airport getting the fuck out of Israel. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yes. So yeah.
He said about the boycott that was imposed on Gaza.
It's brittle, yes, it's brittle.
By the West when Hamas won the parliamentary legislative elections in 2006, and he regretted it in 2017. He said, in retrospect, I think we should have right at the beginning tried to pull Hamas into a dialogue and shifted their positions. I think that's where I would be in retrospect. But obviously it was very difficult. The Israelis were very opposed to it, but we could have probably worked out a way whereby we did, which in fact we ended up doing anyway informally. Well, under this law, you wouldn't be able to do anything informally. I mean, it'd be literally illegal. So it just shows how far things have shifted and what it would actually mean in practice. But there's the wider context of the anti-democratic laws, which obviously successive governments have introduced, and this one, most notably, we mentioned Palestine Action, prescribed as a terrorist organization on an equal footing with ISIS, with prison sentences of up to 14 years, thousands of people arrested for holding placards opposing genocide and supporting Palestine Action. But I mean, there's that, and there's the fact that you look at all of this, this is bad in its own terms, just to be clear, but you look at a far-right authoritarian government, you look at Reform coming to power, for example, and they just have all of this legal architecture to use and weaponize. I mean, that's really is quite disturbing, isn't it?
I mean, it's terrifying stuff, because I mean, I think this particular...
Yeah, this is the thing, Ragav. Yeah, exactly. They can't do the Lebensraum they want to do in Lebanon because of Hezbollah. They barely managed to do the Lebensraum that they wanted to do in Gaza in terms of, destroying Hamas. Hamas, in terms of the armed wing of Hamas, Al-Qassam brigades, they still exist. Even though they are very, very weak. I wouldn't sit there and say that they are, strong or at their previous strength or anything like that. They are definitely weak, and I think there has been some interception of supply lines for Al-Qassam and stuff like that since Israel has installed itself in the Gaza Strip, 80% of the Gaza Strip. But they couldn't even do what they wanted to do in Gaza, right? They couldn't even do what they wanted to do because of Al-Qassam. There's still a bunch of tunnels, exactly. There's still a bunch of tunnels. They're still there. They're still operating. They're not fighting because they are adhering to the ceasefire, and I think that they understand that it is in fact beneficial for them to adhere to the ceasefire at this point and wait for the IOF to be exhausted through Hezbollah and also through its exchange with Iran. And I think that Al-Qassam fought as much as they could during the genocide of Gaza in order to, defend their people as much as they could, which was as much as they could. I think that has to be explicitly said because they don't have an air force, right? And yeah, I think that it is extremely important in terms of understanding just how weak the Zionist entity is. Just how weak the Zionist entity in particular is. It is on its last legs. And, they're talking about wanting to go back and attack Iran and shit like that. And it's all posturing. If Iran hits them with another wave of missiles like it did, I think that what Israel is counting on is the ground invasion, taking out the missile, launching stuff, right? Do you know what I mean? I wish we could go back in time and just tell Gaddafi about dwarf maxing. Yeah, well, that's it, right? Coulda, shoulda, woulda. The what did they call Gaddafi? King of Africa or something? He wasn't the king of Africa, right? He was like, I don't know, the high general. I don't know. There was like a funny nickname for him, and I can't remember what it was. It was crazy how they brought back the Gaddafi smear, the mad dog of the Middle East. That's what the Westerners called him, but he had a name in the Middle East, right? Yeah, because he was a pan-Arab. He was pan-Arabist. I know that the white people called him the mad dog of the Middle East, but like he had like a positive name, right? He was a fan of NASA, yes. Oh my god, I can't remember. But anyway, what was I going to say? Not pan-Arab, pan-African. Yes, you're right, pan-African. But he was also very supportive of, you know, the struggle of the Palestinians and stuff like that. Although he did have some insane takes about Palestine. He did have some like rather insane takes about Palestine and the PLO. Because obviously he was about during the PLO stuff. And I've seen some interviews with him, like, you know, like every now and then you'll get like rare Gaddafi interview, and it's just like some Australian guy, and Gaddafi's like, oh, he's an Australian, who fucking cares, right? So we just like, you know, did an interview with an Australian guy at some point, and it's really good. I would recommend checking out. Like, you'll find it on YouTube. It's like extremely rare Gaddafi interview, and it's this white Australian guy, and he's like being very, very glib. Not him, but Gaddafi is, and yeah, it's funny shit. It's funny shit. He was a funny fucking guy. He was both. The Arab League kicked him out because of American bribes, so he focused on just Africa. That was working too well. Yeah. That makes sense. But yes, the point that I was trying to make is that Israel is on its last legs. I think that Israel is counting on the ground invasion in order to make it difficult for Iran to fire missiles, but I think that they are again underestimating Iran. I think that this is going to be a constant play of underestimating Iran. Iran have been preparing for a ground invasion of Iran for fucking 49 years. They saw it happen in Iraq, and they were like, okay, they're going to do this to us next. So they have had plans on how to deal with this for decades, almost half a century, and it's not going to go well. It's not going to work for the Americans, and they're still going to be able to hit missiles, you know, in the middle of fucking central occupied Palestine. And I also think that Hezbollah is gonna be, you know, pushing harder and harder. They'll probably be attacking Israeli positions on the border as well at that point, right? And I think, you know, it's pretty much on the brink, and we can be pretty certain that they are going to invade Iran. Like, we can just be pretty certain. They're not putting all that stuff in the region for a joke. You know, I know that like Trump, everyone's like, oh, Trump's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing, but like he does. He kind of does. He is an idiot. He's doing it in an idiot way. Hitting Israeli positions in Gaza and the West Bank would make them piss their pants. I don't think that they'd ever do that. I think that they would. Oh, what, you mean Hezbollah? If Hezbollah did that? I mean, Hezbollah might do that. When I say occupied Palestine, obviously all of Palestine is occupied, but when I say occupied Palestine, I'm referring to Israel, right? Central Israel. What was I saying? Trump is an idiot, but in the sense that like he thinks that if he just gets like more than half of his army and like slams it in the fucking region, you know, with a bunch of fucking hardware and shit, that'll finally do it. Like, that'll do it. I'll just keep throwing troops into the meat grinder, and we'll definitely win.
The government, this administration,
but I don't think they will.
And has been.
I think they'll get fucking destroyed.
One of the worst British governments in terms of civil liberties, certainly in my lifetime. The extent to which they have like constrained speech, the extent to which they have basically rewritten anti-genocide protests as forms of hate. and then created this architecture for basically stifling that protest, stifling protest.
Hitler still thought he had a chance while he was in the bunker. True.
Who are upset at the way our government behaves. So fundamental British rights. I mean, and it's not just Palestine Action, of course. It's the Crime and Policing Bill came into effect this week, literally 2 days ago. It came into effect, which gives the power to prevent protests
there
when
he
they
is.
cause cumulative disruption. Now, I thought it was very interesting because Starmer in the
there he goes.
he was asked about all sorts of stuff, and he's sort of trying to big man his contribution to British society, which is effectively marginal, risible, largely damaging. And he has said, in that interview, he said, one of the things that I did was I defeated anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and now we are working to defeat anti-Semitism in the state. And the examples that he gave are the Crime and Policing Act, cumulative disruption, and the National Security State Threats Bill. Mm-hmm. Right. Which basically means that he has said in Parliament that we have seriously curtailed protest rights in the UK because we agree with this mad far-right framing that anti-genocide protests are actually forms of anti-Semitic persecution and oppression and threat. Right, it's mad stuff. On top of which, there's been the attack on jury trials, right, for all but the most serious offences. Almost anybody who's been following that knows that repeatedly juries have failed or refused to convict direct action activists from Palestine Action and from environmental groups.
Yeah, Starmer saying that he defeated anti-Semitism is like so insane. I do think that like I'm not sitting there and saying that his wife is like controlling him and telling him what to do, because I think that would be edging into anti-Semitism a little bit when I say this. But I do think that him being married to a Jewish woman gives him that like emotional sort of attachment to this stuff. I do think that despite everyone's observations, I think he does have some emotions, and it is regarding his wife. Famously, he had a word with his wife before he stood down, and she was like, yeah, you should probably do it. And he went, okay, Victoria. And so I think that's why he does like to, like Paul is saying here, big up his achievements, saying that he's defeated anti-Semitism, which is just like so insane. It's so insane for him to be saying that. It's like a Trump level lie where he is saying, oh yeah, there's no anti-Semitism. Obviously by anti-Semitism, he first of all means pro-Palestinian sentiment. He's not defeated that. That's not gone anywhere. It's the most popular it's ever been in Britain, ever in history, right? Literally in history. And obviously couple that with anti-Israel opinions. They are also the highest that they've ever been in history. And if we're talking about actual anti-Semitism that harms Jewish people, actual anti-Jewish anti-Semitism, he's not done anything about that. He's made that worse. He has made that worse, right? By constantly conflating anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel. So, I do think that there is an element of his wife in him wanting to sound like, yes, I love my wife and I hate anti-Semitism and this, that, and the other and blah, blah, blah. I don't doubt that his wife is a Zionist because he's a Zionist, right? So, totally believe that they are Zionists. But generally speaking, it is just this like mad thing where I think he is emotionally attached to it. And of course, the Israel lobby has played a big part in it as well. And particularly Labour Together and Trevor Chin, all agents of Israel. Yes, absolutely. Actual anti-Semites are overjoyed at the conflation of Zionism and Jews. They haven't recruited that many people since the 30s. Correct. Absolutely correct. Zoran Ramdani has committed the crime of being a charming and kind lad. Everyone living in their head rent-free. Wait, what? She either is or isn't, so there's just no way. She's happily married to a genocidal sicko. He says he has family in Israel, so he understands their suffering. He does say that. Oh, everyone is living rent-free in the heads of Zionists. Yes. Went down a twisty labyrinth of research about the Ayatollah, got my names mixed up. Wait, what? Key difference between Iraq and Iran is probably the command structure. When Osama fell, there was no core or rallying point. When they killed him, they were ready for it. Oh, you mean Khomeini? Yeah. You got Khomeini mixed up with Osama bin Laden. Yeah. No, she isn't. No, she isn't anti-Zionist in any way. Yes, correct. Correct. Yes, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, right. I see what you were saying. When Saddam fell, there was no core or rallying point. When they killed Khomeini, they were ready for it. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, you did. You missed the name and you got a name mixed up. And no, we didn't move on. I directed attention towards it particularly. Now everyone can see that. Everyone can see what a silly mistake you've made. I've never seen this level of gaslighting. Yeah, it's completely fucking insane, right? It's completely fucking insane. I defeated anti-Semitism. Shut up, you fucking smeg.
Use criminal direct action in order to effectively disrupt the supply of weapons to genocide, or to try and marginally prevent the destruction of our planet through the emission of fossil fuels, right? And then you add this bill on top of it. It is creating this like completely suffocating architecture that already constrains protest rights, already constrains activism so much. And I think that the Palestine Action thing is a useful example, because I don't know if you remember this, but when Palestine Action was being prescribed, there was these like...
But don't forget, chat, Bad Empanada said that Owen Jones is a liberal Zionist. So all this really good reporting that he's doing about these insane draconian fascist laws being snuck through parliament by Shabana Mahmoud and the Israeli lobby, it's not real, actually. None of this is happening. And actually, we're hallucinating it collectively. That's what's happening. So, you know, I guess that's real activism, is when you say that things aren't happening.
Risible briefings that came.
That's what that is.
Said intelligence says that actually Palestine Action is backed by Iran, or has gotten
mental pasty. Yes, that's great. That's great. Bad Empanada, isn't that the Nazi guy from like half a decade ago? I wouldn't call him a Nazi. He's just a fucking twat. He's like a horrible fucking twat. A horrible, nasty pasty.
Funding, right? For which there was no evidence. And of course, Palestine Action like vigorously opposed it. And then Jonathan Hall, who's the independent expert and advisor on counterterrorism, basically admitted during Channel 4 that he'd never seen any evidence to suggest it, right? And it'll be very easy for, and I think disturbingly easy for like bad faith actors, which includes our intelligence services, by the way. They're not always these unique defenders of the faith. They're also the sort of people who collude with Tony Blair and Alistair Campbell to produce nonsense intelligence that leads us to wars in Iraq. Right?
Yeah.
These are not always good guys. They're not always acting in our best interests. But it'd be very easy for those intelligence services to basically provide information or sort of dodgy information that leads to like serious crackdown on pro-Palestinian activism. I mean, practically what it's going to mean is that if you are going to go to a protest march, right, or a meeting where you are talking about, I think that there should be de-escalation of the conflict in Iran. I think that it's mad for us to be using letting America use British bases to bomb Iran and drop bombs in schools that kill 100 people. What if somebody at that meeting starts saying positive things about the Iranian military? What if somebody at that meeting is actually from the AIGC or through a proxy? You have no idea. So you'll be caught up in the web of prosecution, right? So what do you do if you're an ordinary activist? You just don't go. You don't participate. You look over your shoulder. You just think that actually, you know what, I can't engage in this discussion, or I'm gonna limit my activism to these tiny little spaces because I might get caught up in this
kind of big that Owen Jones is telling his audience not to trust British intelligence. That's what I'm fucking saying, right? This is a great video. This is a great fucking video. But remember, he's just a liberal Zionist, so you shouldn't trust him. Right? We shouldn't watch this video. He's a liberal Zionist. He's lying. He's pulling the wool over your eyes. He's tricking you. He's evil. It's just so stupid, man. It's like, just use your eyes and your brain. Like, what do you mean? I do think there's just like such a big market at the minute for gaslighting. It's been bigger than it's ever been. The gaslighting dollar is huge right now. Like, people are making so much money with telling people that black is white. But then conversely, there are people who are making money by saying that black is blue and yellow and red and all these other kinds of colors, you know? It's like, what do you mean? Just so mad. Owen Jones going from writing chavs to leaving Labour and becoming who he is now is one hell of an arc, and I've loved it all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is like, it's genuine progression. And it's why it's so frustrating when you hear people be like, oh, actually, no, this guy's just tricking you and he's evil and he should never be forgiven, and this, that, and the other. And it's like, okay, at what point would you be better, right? At what point would you be like, okay, I think he's done enough. I'm going to stop criticizing him now. Like, what would he have to do? You know? Vojislav Seselj may be an actual Nazi piece of shit, so disgusting and got rejected by his own cancer. But his Tony Blair book title is kind of funny. I've got to see it. People who have improvement isn't possible in their hearts, I hope they improve. Based! Literally based. I can't find it. I just typed in that guy's name and Tony Blair and nothing came up. Book. Blair will counsel Serbian PM Aleksandar Vucic. This is 11 years ago. I can't find anything about this. You're going to have to tell me what he called his book.
And terrorist-related offence as a result. I mean, it's really quite chilling stuff.
Just finally, I mean, this is not sowing any illusions in Andy Burnham. I just want to be clear about that. But do you think that one of the reasons they are trying to push it through is that they think Keir Starmer is definitely their guy, I guess, the sorts of people who push this through. They think he's the sort of person who'll push through authoritarian legislation, particularly stuff which those who
hey Dan, what's up?
Pro-Israel favour, and we don't. I mean, Andy Burnham, obviously, again, I mean, he has no history as a civil libertarian, but I mean, this is a test for Andy Burnham. I guess is a test to see what he'll do. But is it too late? Basically,
English F word far out Tony Blair. Okay, that is pretty funny.
Do you think this is being rushed through because they think, well, look, we need to get this through as quickly as possible because we've got a government where we know we can push this sort of thing?
He's calling Tony Blair a cream pie, right? Like that's like what I do to like those trolls' dads, and when they fart, it's Tony Blair. That's what he's saying.
We're confident we can do it. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, it's absolutely 100% clear to me that this is being pushed through because that if there was a different Home Secretary, this legislation would be sent back to the drawing board. 100%, no doubt in my mind. That this is being done basically because this project has weeks rather than months left, and they need to get it over the line now. Because if it doesn't get over the line now...
Chat, do you remember when I said it? The djmuel stream vindicated once again. Keir Starmer is going to try and get a bunch of insane legislation over the line before he goes. Yep, look at that. It's happening. Do I believe that Andy Burnham will not be as bad as Keir Starmer? I think that on the face of it, he will appear to be better. And what I'm quite concerned about is that the Greens have not prepared for that, right? The Greens have not prepared for that. I kind of alluded to this yesterday, but I didn't go into much detail about it. But what I will tell you is that he needs to rehabilitate Labour's image for at least 3 months, I reckon. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be. I think he's going to try and push some stuff through in 3 months. Basically, what I found out, I spoke to my guy on the inside about Geraldine Coggins and why the messaging has been bad. And it's basically because the National Green Party Committee has taken over the campaign. So all the messaging is absolutely terrible. Because they're just going off data from the local elections. So they're saying only the Greens can beat Reform. And that's not true anymore. Because Labour could beat Reform. Like, Labour could significantly beat Reform in Manchester now. And so they are lying to prospective voters, which is frustrating. And they're going off this like entire thing about like, oh, only the Greens can beat reform. And they're just being very shit on like saying what kind of things Geraldine Coggins would do when she's mayor, which is really annoying because they've had so much time to research this. So much time to fucking research this. And they just haven't. They just simply haven't researched it. They haven't got the messaging right, and it's fucking annoying as hell. Apparently, they're just like not listening to Manchester Green Party activists, even some of the more sort of like moderate ones. So yeah, it's a bit of a shit show. Basically, my guy on the inside said it's an utter shit show. I'm pissed off to fuck with them, and I don't think they're gonna win. So yes, there you go. Greens are fucking up badly in the mayoral election. Yes, that's what I was just saying, Dan. Yes, that's what I was just saying. Good on you for listening to this. That's just what is exactly what I was just saying. Thank you for tuning in. Very unusual for the local party to not be the ones running it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Which is why it's so frustrating.
Water down, you know, Andy Burnham can come in when the stuff is still being reviewed, but actually let's pull it from the legislative
Hannah Spencer
cycle.
needs to speak to them behind the scenes. I mean, I would say that I imagine that is already happening. I've been busy popping in and out of the stream. No, it's okay. It's just that I was literally saying that exact same thing. How has that come about? Because it's a mayoral election and not a local seat in the Commons. Pass. Don't know. Didn't ask too much clarifying questions. Short-lived hope. I mean, I think that they'll get a sizable amount of votes. I do think that'll happen. They're going to campaign. They're doing action days. They're calling me all the time and saying, oh, this has got to happen, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. Yeah. I'm half wondering whether it's sabotage. No, what it is where is the National Green Party based? Yeah? Where is the National Green Party based, chat? Where is it? I know some people know this. Bristol? Kinda. London. Yeah. London, innit? Yeah. So, do you think that Londoners know how to do things in Manchester? That's what it is. It's sabotage, but without them realizing it. It's sabotage, but without them realizing it. Still, they didn't do this for Spencer, I think. I think that because National... Oh, you mean the local party did the campaigning for Hannah Spencer? Yeah, probably. I don't know why they've done it. I don't know why they've done it. Yeah, they don't know how to do anything outside the M25. Our Libs Banks and us not wanted a right-wing government for 12 years. It worked, so they never did anything good. They haven't got the other guys. Half the country stopped voting and we got Vucic, yeah. There's going to be some murk, I reckon. Death? Going to be someone killed? What do you mean? Do you mean like fog? Do you mean like they can't see what's going on? Is that what you mean? Murkiness. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I think it's London brain. I think that that's what it is. I feel like the local party could take it back over if they wanted, like just start ignoring National. Yeah, I think they should. You know, I do think that that's what should happen. And I do think that people in the local party are desperately trying to make that happen. But I think that it's extremely difficult because of the attention that National is giving this. And I think because Geraldine is a candidate who has been a Green Party member for 10 years, even though she is a socialist and she is left-wing, she is technically old school Green Party, right? She doesn't disagree with all the new school Green Party stuff, but I think that she is being coerced a bit more by National. And that's going to fuck her up. And I don't think she realizes that. You know? yeah, the campaign as is not going to win. And the election is at the end of this month. They got 4 weeks. That was what was making me think she'll have existing ties. Yeah, absolutely. She'll know people in the old guard of the party. And even though Zach Polanski is the leader of the party, and Rachel Millward and Mothan Ali, they're all, radical and, based and shit like that, there's still, a decent amount of establishment that are, But look, here's the thing, right? Progress is not linear. And I think if the Green Party don't win the mayoral election in Manchester, I think that will be a great opportunity for local parties to say, this is why National should not get involved in campaigns outside of London. The National Committee should just be the London Committee, because you don't know what you're fucking doing. Look at what you did. Now we got Bev Craig. Nothing's changed in Manchester. Great. Thanks, everybody.
Some amendments, so let's take it back to committee. There's ways to kill this legislation. The problem is, it's the same thing with Palestine Action. There is this sense of like Andy Burnham's going to be better on all these sorts of things, but there's also
National should just do what local says.
It's not super easy. It's not easy at all for Burnham to reverse some of these things. It's a real it's going to take a lot of political capital for him to do that sort of thing. Because on the one hand, on the left, there's this assumption like, if Andy Burnham wants to win over the left again, if he wants to try and reconstitute all the people who have left the Labour Party, the easiest thing for him to do is put, arms embargoes on Israel and anti-prescribed Palestine Action, and then reverse some of this legislation. And I agree. I think those are totally like fundamental red line steps that need to be taken. That for the health of our democracy, they should be taken. They're outrageous. I think what's happened. Now, the problem is, in order to do that, Andy Burnham's going to have to basically say, well, all the 300 MPs, Labour MPs who voted for the stuff were right. That actually the last 2 years of Labour government has been a disaster. Everything we've done on this stuff has been a nightmare, and all the votes that you made are stupid. Now, knowing how the PLP functions, there's going to be plenty of Labour right-wingers who are either going to feel annoyed at the fact that they're basically being sold on the river, or there's going to be people who are inside the Labour Party who are ideologically committed to this process. People I'm thinking like, his name rhymes with Schmook Makehurst, who's going to be like, you can't do this, right? We've done this for a reason.
Yeah, this is the problem. I think Paul is completely right. The Labour Party is completely fucked, and they aren't going to do any of this. They aren't going to do any of this. Every single Schmook Makehurst, yeah. Every single organization in every case, always the same with top-down approach in this country, but that's just me having a moan. No, it's true. It's true. Dan, I think you should think twice about speaking to someone who's actually from Serbia about Serbian politics and history. Yeah, this is the thing. Paul is absolutely right in terms of the Starmer, Mandelson, McSweeney intake has created this new version of the Labour Party, right? It's like I was saying. Starmer has put the Labour Party in a position, not just Starmer, but McSweeney and Mandelson, and all the other Labour right-wingers, part of Labour together and stuff like that. It's put the Labour Party in a position where it is just the Tories, right? It simply is the Tory party. It's consistently talking about not doing welfare. It's consistently talking about upping the defence spending. It's consistently talking about doing all these evil things, right? And there are now 300 MPs who, if Andy Burnham wanted to do any of this stuff, a significant number of them would just be like, nope. Right? They have the numbers to just be like, nope, we're not doing that. I don't believe that Andy Burnham is going to do that stuff, but if he wanted to, he couldn't. And I don't even know if you could whip him to do it. Because we are talking about people who, they are ideologically right-wing. They're ideologically right wing. That's the end of that. No, my chat is allowed to talk to each other, Ninja can. I know that that's a Marcus rule, but my chat is allowed to talk to each other. But I will point out when someone is, embarrassing themselves a little bit. I will do that. I'll help them out like that. It'll
raise there's serious political costs. Burnham's going to be attacked by the mainstream media, absolutely, if he does those things. At the same time,
talk to each other at your own risk. Yep.
PLP is going to be saying,
that's how we do it here.
You're making us look like idiots.
If I had a fucking 1,000 chat like Marcus, right, it would be different, but I don't. Like when I called Saddam Osama. Yeah, exactly.
Voted for this thing. And then there's going to be people in the PLP who are like true believers on this stuff, who will then raise the political cost as well. So I agree, all these things are tests. The problem is that the Starmer government has handed this inheritance to Burnham, which is so utterly toxic in so many ways. Because one of the things that Burnham's going to have to do is in space of weeks and months is win over the population, convince them he's got a plan, turn around the government, solve a new black hole because of this mad defense investment plan, and at the same time generate enough political capital to basically reverse all the mad stuff that Starmer has done to piss off the left. It feels to me like this last few weeks of Starmerism is desperately trying to bake in the worst aspects of this politics to make it almost impossible to reverse. And it's certainly to take serious leadership to reverse it.
Amen. And I have to say, a skeptical.
Andy is going to spiral day one. I think it's going to be worse than that. I don't think he's going to do shit. I think he's just wanting to get into this position of power. He's got a pension for life now, right? As soon as he gets the title Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he's going to have a pension for the rest of his life, which is £120,000 a year or some shit. Prime Minister's fucking pension. That's where our tax money goes. Thanks for the follow. It's always been a career aspiration for him. It's £140,000 a year. It's £140,000 a year, mate. It's £140,000 a year, mate. Are we gonna have a chat? Let us watch. Even if he does get cabbage, that is what's gonna happen. But I don't think he's gonna get cabbage. I just think he's not gonna do anything, and I think that the Labour right are gonna be happy, and it's gonna be fine. I think that it will probably be a liberal ratchet. I think it will just be nothing goes to the left, but we also don't go that much to the right. I don't think he's going to do as many right-wing things as Starmer, but I just don't think he's going to do... I don't think he's going to reverse any of the stuff. That's my take. I just don't... I just can't see it happening.
Been put on, I think, many of our heads in terms of what the current government will do, but we will scrutinise it, obviously. Absolutely fascinating stuff. Please like and subscribe. Your thoughts, your comments. Do share the video. But honestly, Paul, you're as ever, brilliant... journalism, which is quite literally the stuff of bringing down government. So, but always insightful and really, really creepy.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. And Owen. The tankification of Owen Jones is pretty much complete, right? What do we got here? We're going to do a little bit of a Swanner update. Tiny Swanner update. 5 killed in explosion inside busy Damascus cafe. What could this have been?
Damascus. Let's return now to some breaking news from Damascus. There's been an explosion near the Central Court complex, also known as the Palace of Justice. The Syrian state news agency says at least 5 people have been killed. Obeida Hito joins us now on the line from the scene of the attack in Damascus. Obeida, you have just arrived at the site of this explosion. What can you see?
Well, Anna, we've been here for over half an hour now. There has been...
Dan, I told you, I don't think you know what you're talking about. And you're continuing to talk about things that you don't know about, and you're upsetting another chatter. Please consider stopping. Okay? I don't think you're upsetting another chatter, but you're agitating another chatter. Agitating other chatters is against the rules. Yeah? Just drop it.
A very tense security situation. The police, as well as military intelligence, have been here on the scene, creating a security zone around the scene of the attack. It's actually just inside this neighborhood, this big white building.
No, I know, Chilavina, but it's like, you know, I have nothing against Dan, but I've seen you do this before where, you know, like in Rowi's chat and stuff, where you like get very, very, very like, I'm right about this, and you're just not. Yeah? So just, I would argue, drop it, maybe have a bit of a look more into it in your own free time, but, you know, I asked you to consider not doing it, and you're still doing it. So please consider not doing it anymore.
Here in Damascus, and the explosion happened in a cafe just around 100 meters away from the main entrance where people coming to take care of business here in the courthouse would enter from. Many of the employees and people who come to the courthouse sit in this cafe. It's a very famous and well-known cafe here in the central part of Damascus. We are right in the heart of the capital, just a few hundred meters away from the entrance to the Hamadiya Market Bazaar, as well as the old Hijaz railway station. This area is usually filled with thousands and thousands of people, cars coming, pedestrians. The cafe is inside the neighborhood behind this building. You can't really see, but from what we initially saw, basically, when we arrived on the scene, was a lot of people gathered around the scene of where this explosion happened. Some visuals have come out from the point of the attack with bodies on the floor. As you mentioned, at least 5 people have been killed. That's confirmed now by official government sources. That number could go up. There are at least 16 people with injuries, some of them severe. There have been ambulances coming and going. There were also some search dogs here that were looking for any other possible explosives. What security sources are telling us is that a person went into the cafe, placed an IED under a table, and then left, trying actually to reach the courthouse and possibly carry out more attacks. That's not exact.
Damn, dude, who does that sound like? Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that there's no insurgency against HTS in Syria, but what we do know about Syria is who is it under attack by constantly at the moment, particularly in the south. Begins in I and ends in Israel. Yeah? And, you know, I'm not jumping to conclusions or anything. I'm just saying it's likely that that is connected. But again, there are definitely people who don't like al-Jilani. There are definitely people who don't like the al-Jilani government and probably don't like particular judges that he has appointed or something like that or whatever. But on the flip side, this could be HTS. This could in fact be a government agent. You know, if we're talking about attacking a courthouse, did al-Jilani have the political capital to get rid of all the courts and have them, you know, just do everything that he wants? Was he trying to kill some people, some judges or some barristers that he didn't like in a cafe opposite the courthouse? And then another, you know, a guy has ran towards the courthouse or whatever. Don't know. Hard to know. Don't know too much information about it, but, you know, it's significant that the guy bombed this cafe that was near the courthouse and then ran towards the courthouse.
Clear yet. We're trying to get more confirmation about the identity of the person, what their intentions are, but it's quite a tense situation here in Damascus. This is the second.
I don't believe you. Al-Qaeda would never do terrorism. That's so true. I forgot about that.
In very sensitive parts of the city in May, the explosion happened near a building belonging to the Ministry of Defense. But today,
I mean, I like to call HTS Turkish ISIS. They're definitely Al-Qaeda adjacent, right? But I think Turkish ISIS is a more solid you know, comparison, right?
Again,
The best way to describe him.
Significantly more deadly. The casualties
Thank you for the follow.
high and possibly going to increase as the search and rescue operations continue here in Damascus.
Yeah, Obeida, we can hear the sirens in the background, and we are seeing some pictures of the scene now, including some of that emergency response. Are they still on the scene looking for survivors?
He just said they were.
Still on the scene, and we've seen some
She wasn't listening.
movement. A large group of them ran around into another neighborhood just behind, one street behind where the explosion happened. It's not clear if they're still looking for any possible threats. They are still trying to address the situation with the casualties. There may still be casualties on the scene, but the security situation is quite tense here. They've blocked off these main roads, which is an area that is a main artery for traffic here in the city of Damascus, in the capital, and it gives us an idea about how sensitive the security situation is in the country, even though the government has been making significant efforts to try.
Nice shirt, by the way. Thank you very much.
Address some of these issues.
It says, "Eat bug." By which, of course, it means legal drugs, medication that you have been prescribed by a doctor, a state-sanctioned doctor, and it's a reminder that you should take your meds.
And concerns on the international stage here in Damascus today, we're feeling the very real threat that still faces Syria in its attempt to get back on its feet.
Obeida Hito joining us from the scene of the explosion in Damascus. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Not much to learn about that, really. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. This was very funny. So, apparently, totally missed this. Totally missed. Melp is back in his cave, by the way. It's very exciting stuff. So, yeah. Totally missed this. Was it Tuesday or whenever it happened? Declaration of emergency and authorization for temporary duty-free importation of phosphate fertilizer from Morocco. This is real. This is from the White House website. Fertilizers are an essential component of agriculture and food production. Producers of corn, soybeans, wheat, a variety of other crops. This is all just like fluff. I thought you meant here for a second. No. This is the States. During the planting and growing season, soil and crops require critical nutrients, including the phosphorus supplied by phosphate fertilizers. This is like a child explaining why fertilizer is important. Global supply chains for phosphate fertilizer, including imports, have been disrupted in recent months. Conflicts in fertilizer producing region. No mention of Iran or why that's happened. Or why this has happened. That's so funny. Currently, United States production of phosphate fertilizer is insufficient to support domestic agricultural food production after accounting for exports. The federal government is working with the private sector to expand domestic fertilizer manufacturing capacity. Now, therefore, I, Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, by the authority vested in me, by the Constitution and laws of the United States, including Section 318 of the Tariff Act as amended, Section 301 of Title 3, do hereby declare an emergency to exist with respect to the threats to the availability of sufficient supplies of fertilizers. Oh my God. Fucking crazy shit. Absolutely crazy shit. Yeah, no mention of why this has happened. You know? Very funny stuff. Very, very funny stuff. Okay, chat, let's get into the Andy Burnham shit. Finally, we made it. Finally, we made it. This is why Melpo is back. As you all know, Melpo is an accelerationist, and so Andy Burnham being made the Prime Minister of the UK is right up his street. Very excited for the United Kingdom to go down in flames. This is Steph Spyro, who was reporting on, I think this was last week. Oh no, it was the weekend. Oh no, it was Monday. Oh my God, time is so fucked for me at the minute. Steph Spiro, who was saying, journalists attending Andy Burnham's speech this morning will be watching from a balcony as opposed to being seated in the room. Burnham isn't set to take any questions, and reporters' position in the room makes that virtually impossible. I believe that this is Victoria Baths, which is about a mile or two away from me. And it's very funny that he held a meeting there. I don't know why he did that. Probably to be like, oh, Manchesterism, you know? So anyway, there you go. Let's have a little look at what the speech was about. I've already had a look at that. I had a look at that the other day. What is this? Yeah, this is more Bev Craig stuff. Andy Burnham. More Andy Burnham. Okay, so this is him preparing for the speech that he gave, where he was going to lay out his plans on how he's going to make everything better. He's going to take power out of Westminster, apparently. Oh, yes, mate. The aura posts are here. Oh, this is so funny, man. Oh, that's so funny, dude. It's even worse. It's even worse than Keir Starmer's aura posts. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's have a look at this. This is the speech that he made. He's been hobbling up them steps just like a northerner. Because we live in huts, don't you know? Alright. Andy Burnham delivers his speech on his economic plan for the UK. Let's see if he actually says anything, chat. This is from Monday, by the way. This is how behind I am on this shit. It's how much I care about this shit. What is Andy Burnham saying? Let's find out. I've filmed gigs in this venue, chat. It's not really a venue. It's an old swimming baths, but yeah, whatever.
Welcome.
Excuse me, I just left my hut to go to shop.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks so much, everybody. Gotta get his voice right.
Thanks very much, everyone. Wow, what a welcome. Good morning, everybody. Are you ready for this?
Is it me, or is it just me, or does it even kind of look like Starmer? Yeah, they're all made in the same fucking politician factory. Hey, Nellis.
I'm sounding like I used to sound when I used to DJ across this this great city, and I'm probably...
Oh my God. No, you didn't. You didn't used to DJ. Shut up, you little wet.
doing that because I'm missing it so much. I'm missing all of you. I am missing all of you. Missing this place, the people. You were just brilliant to me in my 9 years as mayor. I could not.
Please do not joke about Fed posting. I've been very, very clear about that. You are going to get me banned if you say things like hang the DJ when Andy Burnham, the Prime Minister of the UK, has just said, I used to be a DJ. You're going to get me banned. The next person who does it will get banned. I didn't want to have to do this again. It's a Smith song. See you later.
Have asked for better backing.
What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? I'm telling you that joking about that stuff, right? Like, what, you know, fucking, okay, I get a fucking week-long ban, I can't make any money, and I say to Twitch, hey, it's a Smith song. Guess what they're going to say? Don't give a shit. They're going to say, I don't give a shit, bro. You didn't moderate your chat. And people were saying, hang the DJ when Andy Burnham said that he was a DJ. Okay? You may think I'm being too sensitive or shit like that. But guess what? I care about how much money I make. Especially when I don't make a lot of it. Yes? Do you understand? Do you understand why this is important to me? Please, don't do it here. Don't do it in other streamers' chats.
You were there at my back all the way through. And I will never forget what this place did for me. It's been
yes, the cops might not be the smartest people in the world, but they know that you don't actually mean in Minecraft. And they know that you don't actually mean It's a Smith song.
Such a wrench to leave that I've had to get special permission from what people in Westminster call my Manchester clothes. I've had to get special permission to wear them this morning. Sorry.
That's not true. He's lied.
Sorry, Kemi, about that. However, I have bowed to public pressure on one front.
Manchester. He's Manchester.
New running shorts.
What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Talk about policy. Talk about policy, you fucking freak. He's actually Alan Partridge.
Or change the decency laws, and I opted for the former. But I can't tell you how glad
I had to change my running shorts because my penis almost fell out. It had an underpant lining that perished in 1976. It's literally Alan Partridge. Everyone knows Northerners are more normal because they work with their hands and they eat worms and they have batter all down them. Yes, exactly.
glad it makes me that we meet.
Labour are desperate to hand Britain over to the fascists. Yes, they are.
Favourite places on earth, the People's History Museum. It holds.
Wait, hang on a minute. He's in the People's History Museum. Okay, he's not in. I thought he was in fucking Vicky Bath's. I have never seen the People's History Museum wing that he is in. But okay, that's a bit more symbolic, but also a bit more depraved if Andy Burnham does any of the things that he said he would do, which is engage in more public-private partnerships, you know?
Earth, the People's
History Linguist
Museum. It holds real significance for me, and it's not just because one of my old coats is in a glass case upstairs. And can you believe it, comes off second best alongside Michael Foot's infamous donkey jacket. It's because these galleries tell the story of our country better than anywhere else. How through time it has not been run in the interests of the many. And how ordinary people have fought to change that status quo and make it fairer. Today, we must take inspiration from that history.
He's just, it's more Corbyn recuperation bollocks that he's not going to do anything about, right? It's the first time I've heard Burnham talk. I can't believe Labour is this nuts that they're like, well, we sacked the Starmer and this guy will fix it. Right. Yeah. And, you know, there was something that came out earlier. I can't remember if this was something that was on the docket for me today. I thought I was going to talk about this, but let me just see if I can find it. I knew I was going to mention it anyway. So, Morgan McSweeney did his first ever political interview today. And apparently one of the main things that came out of it was that Labour failed to prepare for power. Yeah? Labour failed to prepare for power. Now, what is the reasoning for that, chat? Why? Why did Labour fail to prepare for power? Because all Labour were preparing to do, ever, under Keir Starmer and the Labour Together Mandelson McSweeney rot, was to get rid of anyone left-wing from the party and whip anyone who is, you know, moderately left-wing to do whatever they want. Yes? That's what all of this is about. So when it comes to, you know, Labour were like, yeah, this guy will fix it, right? This guy will fix it. Of course he fucking won't. Because it's already fucked. They already fucked the machine. They already fucked it. There's nothing to fix because it's irreparable, right? It's completely insane. Labour failed to prepare for power. What does that mean, dude? What does that mean? Keir Starmer sat there fucking going on like, I made Labour electable. And it's like, oh, you focus so much on making Labour electable that you didn't actually prepare for what it would mean to be elected. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's brain more on stupid shit. But of course, it's, you know, all related to the fact that he's just an empty vessel for this guy and Mandelson and, by extension, Israel. It's just insane. It's completely fucking insane. And I don't know what the fuck Burnham is going to do, but the likelihood is probably nothing.
And get ready to repeat it. The time has come to build the broadest possible coalition of people to lift Britain back up to where we all want it to be. What hope can we have that it will be different this time? That's the question I would be asking if I was a voter right now. It's the one I want to answer as clearly as I can today, and in doing so, give the new direction the country is looking for. After 10 years of political turbulence since Brexit and 20 years of falling living standards since the 2008 financial crash, Westminster hasn't been working for people, and it hasn't been working for a very long time. In fact, it is broken. And as a result, the country isn't where it should be. It is stuck in a rut, and clearly we can't go on like this. My generation of politicians, including me, must take responsibility.
Val says, hi folks, back from my first union committee meeting. Let's fucking go. Now, first question. Or not really question. I guess it's a bit of a question. I bet you didn't expect it to go on that long, did you? I bet you didn't think there'd be that much chat, did you?
We haven't been good enough.
But honestly, genuinely, great work. Very proud of you. Let's fucking go. Organize, organize, organize. Listen, one of the main things that I was really pushing for when I was chair of GMTU is that we should have had bi-monthly. Is it bi-monthly or bi-weekly? Bi-monthly. Bi-monthly committee meetings. We did go to the pub after, but it did run on, and the conversation continued at the pub. Yeah. That's what happens. That's what organizing's about. That's what organizing's about. Long conversations. Fortnightly is what I was trying to say. I was pushing for committee meetings to be fortnightly, right? So like things where we needed a vote, we would have that in person. No. Things where we needed a vote, we would have that on Zoom. Right, and we would make sure that everybody like filled out a thing, like a tick box thing that was like encrypted and stuff, so that people could just vote digitally. It'd be very easy, right? So like if we were passing motions, that's what we would do, right? And then the other committee meeting would be for debates, right? In-person union meetings are the leftist Twitch chats of my generation. Yeah, pretty much. Like it's just like sometimes very frustrating. Sometimes there's some unresolved conflict between members and stuff, and it takes a while. And you're like, why the fuck haven't we finished talking about this? What's going on? And the chair isn't saying, like, maybe we should park this and come back to it next week, right? Which is what I did often. I was like, okay, now that we've had a little bit of a discussion about this, let's have everybody think about it for a couple of weeks, and then we'll make a decision next month, right? If it's not urgent. But yeah, that was very, like, stressful. But yeah, well done, Val. Extremely proud of you. Great work. Great stuff. I'm sure you'll continue to contribute in a grand fashion to Living Rent.
But instead of being honest about that, the parties have continued with politics as usual, finger-pointing, point-scoring. Now, that might
it's a good shout.
Less
another one this month. It's usually monthly.
Where people's lives are getting better.
Could be a suggestion. Could be your first motion that you bring to the committee meeting. Oh my God.
But when they are...
But the problem is that now you're at the seat of power, so you got to build political capital. You need to get people on side. You need to get people trusting you. So you won't be able to bring that motion for another 6 months. People will just be like, wait, what is this entryism? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Love a bit of politics.
It is dangerous and destructive of what remains of public trust in politics. We cannot go through another decade like the one we have just had. We need a new determination to raise living standards of every single person in this land.
Right, so what are you going to do?
And we must accept that. To do that, to fix the economy and the country, we need to change politics, and we need to do it now.
Hey, Groove Homes. the narrator's voice. They did, in fact, go through another decade just like that. Or they did go through another decade that wasn't like that. However, it was worse.
So let me state my clear intention as I put myself forward. True to the motto of this city, I am going to do things differently.
How?
I am going to break with the more of the same approach that has got us here.
How?
I am going to give Britain the circuit breaker it needs.
How?
By building a more collaborative politics in Westminster. By taking power out of the centre and putting it in the hands of the people and places who can use it best.
Okay, so this is what people have been talking about, right? This is what people have been talking about. They've been saying, oh, Andy Burnham is revealing a big platform of devolution. And apparently that's what he talks about in this speech. And yes, we've already had this. It's called the Northern Powerhouse. Right, exactly. He's doing Northern Powerhouse 2.0. Now, will he do it better than the Tories? I don't know. Probably not. He seems to think that people in Manchester have a really good life, except for the people in Manchester who have a really good life are the people who moved here from London who can afford to live here because they can't afford to live in London. And they're still on their London wage. So they still get 30 grand a year versus what you might be getting here, which is like, I don't know, what's minimum wage here? £1,600 a month. What's that per year? 18 grand a year or something? Abundance at the council level. That's it. Right. Hello, Ginger Squirrel Nuts. We had regional assemblies under Blair. That turned out well. Yeah, I imagine, like, you know, under someone less neoliberal, it would be good. You know, but of course, Andy Burnham is not particularly any more left-wing than Tony Blair, is he? The emptiest of words. He still needs to win in a leadership election, right? No, it's going to be totally... there's no contest. He's backed by all the potential candidates. No one's fucking... challenging him or anything. He's just going to be the prime minister. It's going to be a coronation. So that's fun, isn't it? It's democracy, isn't it? I think that even the conservative do conservative members of the Conservative Party get to vote on leader? No, I don't think they did, but I think that they still got to vote on people in a leadership concert. Oh, conservative members got to vote on the leader. Oh, okay, fair enough. I might be wrong about that. Yeah, they're just rolling out the red carpet for him. I don't think they have anything. Yeah, Conservative members got to vote on Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak and all that crap. The Tories at least put up a facade. The red Tories are now just doing whatever, bro. Like, yeah, we're just gonna put Andy Burnham in charge, mate.
And in so doing, creating a new sense of agency, possibility, and hope flowing around the country. We will make politics work for you and the place where you live.
I just thought that was really funny the way you said that. Hope flowing around the country. Like, what do you mean, bro? What is this, like fucking wordsmith bullshit, bollocks, twats?
I know it can be done because we have done it here. When I started as mayor in 2017, we set about building a new approach, a new politics based on the exact opposite of the Westminster approach. Place first, not party first. Problem solving, not point scoring. Long term, not short term. A decade on, it's incredible how much we've been able to achieve.
All I can think of is this. Wait.
Opposite of the Westminster approach.
Oh my god, what's happened? Why did that happen? Where is it? This will be worth it, chat. It'll be worth it. Oh, where is it? Or is it not in this episode? Oh, shit. Chat, have I misremembered this? What's the David Firth animation where it's got Taps Man? Is it Burnt Face Man 1?
I may have a burnt face, but that doesn't mean I can't fight crime. Take that, crime, you shit! Of course, that wasn't really crime. That was.
Oh my god, there's like a character in a David Firth thing. I'm gonna have to find it another day. There's a character in a David Firth cartoon that's called Taps Man, right? And just like this delivery.
It's incredible, not short term.
Hang on.
Not point scored, not party first. Problem solving, not point scoring. Long term, not short term.
That delivery is exactly the same as Taps Man when he's introduced as a villain in Burnt Face Man, and he goes hot and cold, hot and cold, and a combination of the both that I like to call hold. Is it Burnt Face Man 5? It might be. I can't remember how many of them there were. I'm trying to find it. It is. Have you found it? Wait. Oh, Taps Man. Someone in the comments is talking about it. Wait, what? Oh, someone in the comments in Burnt Face Man 5 is talking about it. Burnt Face Man predicted ChatGPT.
In introduced into my system.
No, that's something different. Maybe it's Burnt Face Man 4. This is really good content, chat, isn't it? You're really enjoying me, like, looking for these, Oh, Slightly Bruised Man. It's this one.
In our last episode.
I'm so certain it's this one. Yep, here we go. I found it. Yes! This is Andy Burnham. This is Andy Burnham.
Crappy for Slightly Bruised Man to even bother with.
Without this burning face man around, I shall be free to splash people and erode metal over a period of time. Hot and cold, hot and cold, and a combination of the two, which I call hold.
Just reminded me of him. It doesn't even sound anything like it. Now that I've heard it.
A decade on, it's incredible how much we've been able to achieve by working together instead of fighting against one another. The Greater Manchester Way is based on strong partnership between all sectors, public.
Strong partnership between all sectors, but the private sector still makes massive profits and fucks everybody over.
Private, community, voluntary, academic.
It's spiritually the same, thanks Soul Chicken, yeah. What do you mean, trade unions? What do you mean?
Academic, faith, and our trade unions.
Oh, right.
We ask everyone to face the same way.
The faith sector?
And pull in that same direction together. Let me give you an example. When we realised the last Conservative government had done something significant by introducing 45-day work placements for young people linked to T-levels, we set ourselves the mission of finding one for every young person who wanted one. Over the course of last year, we rang round our businesses in the city region and with the help of hundreds of companies delivered our goal of 1,000 extra work placements. That's 1,000 extra young lives changed every year. And it's
right, but adults can't get a job, Andy, so what are you going to do about that? Hearing T-levels as a trans person is confusing me. That's what I mean. When he said T-levels, I was like, wait, what? Testosterone? What do you mean?
Shows what a place can do when it works as one.
Yeah, but chat, you're gonna not chat. Andy, you're gonna be the Prime Minister. So what are you gonna do about the country?
For Britain to get back where it should be.
Mule, what is the teenage population in Manchester? I don't know. I don't know. Why do you think I know? Teenage population of Manchester. Isn't the UK just like a big Manchester? Yeah, I guess so. Hello, Couscous. Is he a Restore Party member? No, but he might as well be. 42,000. There's 42,000. Well, there you go. Hello, MI6 here. I'm here to question your Google history. Well, yeah, because I now just Googled teenage population in Manchester. Because someone in the chat thought that I knew what the teenage population in Manchester was. Great. That's great.
Need to be applied now to how we run the country. Pull in the same direction. Move forward together. But let's not kid ourselves. This is not as easy as it sounds.
I'm going to the toilet. You can't have a streamer now for 5 minutes.
Whitehall are set up for conflict. And they require radical change if the country is to get back on track. I left Westminster a decade ago with the Mayor of the Liverpool City region, Steve Rotherham, because we could see it simply wasn't working for the northwest of England and the people here, and indeed other parts of Britain, the same thing. The Parliament I returned to on Monday is full of good people, many of them here in the audience today, members of Parliament who've joined us. And they are working hard every day, trying to do the right thing for the places that they represent. But it's hard, it's too hard for them to make change. Why? Because power is not in the hands of those places that they represent, but held by an insufficiently accountable, outsourced state. We are one of the most over-centralised countries in the world. And worse, that over-centralised heart of the country is not pulling in the same way, but in different directions.
Oh, Melpo!
That is the reality of Westminster now, both within our parties and between them, and between the departments of Whitehall. I'll be honest, I was worried about what I found on my return last week.
Do you know what he sounds like, chat? He sounds like a primary school teacher. The way that he's enunciating stuff and the way that he's explaining stuff. Is this guy a wanker? Yes, he is. He does sound like a wanker. He does sound like a twat. But he sounds like a primary school teacher. Just like being very like, this is what the world is like. This is how things are. I'm going to be like this as your prime minister. Yeah, when they read story, he sounds like he's reading a story to a classroom. Which is crazy because at the start of the fucking, you know, at the start of the thing, he was like, good morning, everyone. And he went, good morning. They all went, good morning, sir, or something. The long-term primary school teacher, yeah. The audience clapped in like a school assembly, yes. And you were a bastard just like him.
It is a more fragmented, disjointed place than the one I left. And frankly, unhappier. I will work hard to change that culture.
Can you say knapsack? You want me to say knapsack? First of all, that's not how you spell it. It's like that. Not me. What, you want him to say it? What do you mean?
Leading from the front and showing how things can be different. Letting MPs be authentic representatives.
Can you say
not using
rough
to create fear or close down debate? Involving more people in the work of the government and drawing on the breadth and depth of talent and expertise our party has to offer. While the political direction I set is not up for negotiation, I will build an inclusive team at the very highest level.
He's delivering a children's show lesson, yeah.
And the country can see themselves reflected and represented in it.
Hey, Miss Sophie G.
And may I say, I will not announce those decisions on appointments. Certainly not today. And indeed not until the end of this process. So until then, feel free to discount the wild speculation.
Hey, Robin.
Circulation. Message for the back of the room there.
Message for the back of the room that aren't allowed to ask me any questions. Fuck's sake, bro. Insane.
Good morning, Mr. Mason.
Completely insane.
I will reach out to other political parties to find as much common ground as we can and build that more collaborative approach I spoke about a moment ago.
Okay. How, which parties? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the Greens? Because if it's Greens, that's good. You're going to have to make some significant changes for that to happen, though. But if you're talking about Restore and Reform and the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, that's insane. I think that he is going to go for a Lib Dem coalition. I think that's what's going to happen at the next election. I think he's going to say, right, Labour and Lib Dem coalition.
Ago. So, a greater sense of unity in Parliament will then allow.
He has a majority in Parliament. This is just nonsense. It's so weird.
To Whitehall.
It's so weird.
I was struck by recent comments from ministers expressing their deep frustration at the Whitehall turf wars. Like Parliament, the civil service is full of good people trying to do the right thing, but they are held back by the structure and culture in which they have to work. It is too adversarial, and too much time is wasted with departmental silos battling each other and battling the Treasury rather than getting things done. How can the country pull in the same direction when that is the reality at the very top?
Is he setting up his excuses already? He's setting up his excuses already. He's saying, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do anything because the civil service is just so bad. That's crazy, bro. This is so ridiculous.
And as mayors, I'm sure I speak for the front row here, as mayors, we have felt similar frustration over the years when those same departments constantly push back against our...
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ginger Squirrel Nuts, yeah. Like, I do think it would make sense to ally with them for election strategy. You know?
Requests to improve our places by devolving a fraction of the power and resources they hold. The truth is this, the country spends too much time arguing and not enough time doing.
That's a think tank line. 1,000%. That's a think tank line. That is what everybody says all the time on the news. That's what all the pundits say on the news. The country's spending too much time arguing and not doing anything. And it's like, no, that's not what's happening. The country's doing loads of stuff. It's just bad stuff. That's what's happening. The reality is that they're just doing bad stuff. So stupid, man.
I'm not sure this Whitehall culture could ever be justified. Wasn't justified when I was a minister almost 20 years ago, but it certainly can't be justified now. The stark imbalance in resources between national government and local government is holding back growth. If councils can't fix potholes, what chance do they have of bringing major regeneration schemes to get growth going?
It's not that councils can't fix potholes. It's that they won't. Come on, dude. Hundreds of councils have just gone to reform. By the way, this talk about devolution and taking power out of Westminster and giving more power to councils and shit is going to be catastrophic. It's going to be fucking catastrophic. Yeah, he's going to need to either pull some major funding for councils out of his ass, right? Which they could do. They absolutely could do. But I don't think he will. And at the same time, if you're going to hand a bunch of power to councils, you're going to be handing a bunch of power to reform councils. Mad stuff. Why is he talking about potholes and not the myriad of ways he can improve material conditions as PM? Because I think he's just got Manchester mayoral brain rot. I think he's just got mayoral brain rot. He's been a mayor for 10 years. He thinks he's done really good stuff in Manchester, but he hasn't. He's just socially cleansed the city of its working class so it like looks a bit better and there's less crime because there's less working class people. So like middle class areas aren't fucking policed. But I don't even really think there is less crime. I think there's still the same amount of crime because working class areas are still over policed. But, you know, yeah, he's the pothole taps man. If I remember right, and I'm not joking, John Major had a pothole hotline back in the 90s. Pothole hotline. You could just do that on the internet now. I think a lot of Labour people are kidding themselves that reform are just going to go away when people realise who they are. Yeah. They're not going to do that. As an American fed with British propaganda, immigrants aren't really a problem, are they? No, they're not. No, they're literally not a problem.
While national government has got bigger, particularly since the pandemic, local government is threadbare and without the resources to fulfil even...
Cones Hotline. The Cones Hotline was a telephone hotline introduced by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, John Major, in June 1992 to allow members of the public to inquire about roadworks on the country's road and report areas where traffic cones have been deployed on a road to close a lane or otherwise restrict traffic flow for no apparent reason. That's so good. That's so fucking good, dude. That's so good. Conservatives were going like, there's traffic cones on the road, and I can't believe it's not even doing anything, and there's no need for them to be there. What do you mean? What do you even mean? I know, Melpo. I know. It's in... Oh. I just knocked over the Melpo cam. Because he made a meow noise. I wanted to make sure he was feeling supported. Okay. There we go. A little scratch for him. There's a code on the head of the Duke of Wellington. Yeah, it's just crazy. Insane stuff. Staff by a single person is so crazy during office hours, and then duty staff out of hours. Moved to an external contractor for 6 months before being brought back in-house in September 1995. That's so funny, man.
Statutory responsibilities. This is not just bad for councils and the areas they serve. It is bad for everywhere. It is bad for London and the South East. The whole country suffers when the regions and nations are not meeting their potential, and Londoners are left with an overheated economy and an overcrowded housing market. It is actually bad for national government too, because we will never get the growth up to the level Britain needs unless every single postcode in the land is set up to contribute to it.
Growth.
This country hasn't thought in that way before, but with the Makerfield test...
He's not said anything yet. This is so insane, man.
At the heart of decision-making, it will do from now on.
What do you mean?
To make it happen, we will bring about the biggest rebalancing of power our country has seen. It is time for Whitehall to accept that growth cannot be ordered from the top down. Instead, it can only be nurtured from the bottom up. It comes from...
This is going to be the... If he does this, if this is what this is, if it is him wanting to give devolution to every council all over the fucking the UK, it is going to be catastrophic. This might be... Robin, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. We did actually hit the dono goal for today, which is why we got the monthly goal up there, but I do appreciate it regardless. Thank you very much. Yeah, we need devolution, actually, not devolution. This is so crazy. This could be one of the most, catastrophic things for the UK of all time. If you give all of these reform-led councils loads of power. I imagine it'll likely go the reverse and depower every council to a central, probably private partnership authority. Yeah, that probably is what it is going to be. Please don't give my council that power. It's riddled with Tories. They'll fuck us over even harder. Yeah, exactly. Cool. This is cool. I feel how I become more and more racist. That's an odd chat message, chatter.
Having the power at ground level to make a real difference. From a clear shared vision that everyone can understand and investors can back. It comes from running sound finances, as we have done here in Greater Manchester, which in turn gives businesses the stability and the confidence to invest, increasing their productivity and adoption of new technology. It comes from placing our universities at the heart of local economies, as all the mayors do, and bringing the innovation-led approach through start-ups and scale-ups. It comes from committing to decent infrastructure in all parts of the UK and getting national investors to back the aspiration.
Oh my God, Doncaster will be able to set up the UFO committee. That's mad. My Reform Council is already banning Pride events at local libraries for promoting it. Hell yeah, that's so sick.
Set by regions.
That's so sick.
It comes from giving people the security of a good home and good employment so that they can be as productive as possible from good mobility and an ability to afford the basics. And it comes from not leaving everything to the market.
It's frying my brain. I can't listen to this. I was just joking. Listening to a white guy talk about how he's going to ruin a white country made you more racist. How? I don't understand the joke. Cocked up chat. You cocked it up. You cocked up your chat.
Intervention where necessary to set higher ambitions for towns, as we did in Stockport, and kickstart the process of change. This is Manchesterism.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Cool. All of the amazing and wonderful culture that exists in Manchester, all of the vibrant working class art, the vibrant working class queerness, the racialized communities that have, you know, given so much to our multicultural culture in this city, it's all going to be completely erased, and all that anyone will ever remember Manchester for is the ideology that ruined the country. Great. That's so good, dude. Thanks, Andy. Thanks. I like how this guy's idea about running the country is that he gets into power and he doesn't run the country. Because that's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm going to get into power and I'm just going to give all the power to other, you know, all the cities and towns. Has a city other than London ever taken blame for ruining anything before? This is what I mean. Manchester is the death of the country. It gets remembered that way. Well, that's what I was saying, yeah. Andy will say Manchesterism for 4 weeks before advisors telling him it's not catching on, and then will never mention it again. Yeah, I imagine that's true. So insane. Why is he getting clapped for that? He looks like a fucking brunette Dr. Meeper or whatever the fuck that Muppet's name is. He looks like a combo of the two scientist Muppets. He looks like White Shrek. He is like if Bunsen and Beaker had a baby. Like that's what that is. How do I do this? How do I smash these together? Let's save that. And then let's save that. Right. Let's put the music on again. Oh my god. Did I save that one? Let's save it again just in case. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work. Okay. There's that bit. Oh, it's not working. It's not going to work. Wait, there you go. It's kind of working. It's kind of working. That's kind of it. That's what he looks like. And wait, hang on a minute. Color add. Will that work if I just do that? Make like brown hair. Color add. That didn't work. Do that. A bit of that, and then a bit of this. Why isn't brown in there? Kinda. Alright, there you go, chat. There you go. Andy Burnham. There he is. What do you think, Melpo? Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough fun. Oh, they were applauding me as well. Forbidden Muppet.
I think I even saw the Mayor of Liverpool clapping at that.
Of course you did, he's your mate.
It is a vision for good growth and a rejection of the old trickle-down model.
No, it isn't. People were confused. People were confused.
Model. And a rejection of the old trickle-down model.
Blair used to finger the crowd like that as well, yeah.
And like the ideas this museum celebrates, which grew here and changed the country, so
trickle down your leg model, exactly.
Now be given the chance
exactly
to develop their own version of the
exactly
same, focusing on the things that matter most to them. Good growth in every British postcode. What a sea change that would be in the way UK government thinks about our own country.
What are you talking about?
Places no longer forgotten or written off as they have been in the past, but supported to make the best of their assets, seeing the positives in all places. And there are positives in all places, in all postcodes across this United Kingdom. Let's always remember that. Powers for our rural economies to address issues.
It is funny that he says all postcodes. Like, there's some postcodes that don't, like, that you know, that have growth. Mental stuff. Sorry, I worded that really badly. Yeah, there's some fucking, like, postcodes that are obviously like they have growth, and he's like, yes, we need all postcodes to be having growth. It's like there's a lot of postcodes where there is growth happening, you know. There's one postcode where all the bad things happen. Exactly. Crazy stuff
to them, like inadequate transport. Powers for areas undergoing industrial transition, like Port Talbot, Scunthorpe and Aberdeen. Powers for our proud coastal towns to reimagine themselves for the 21st century. And yes, more powers for London too.
Did you not think about rewriting that? Did you not think about rewriting that?
Hello, me old chum.
What are you talking about, bro? Thank you for the follow. More powers for London too. They got loads, bro. What do you mean?
Over education and housing, so that London can do more for itself.
More power for everyone, but especially London.
And remain
over education and housing.
World's greatest capital city. And you heard that here from Manchester.
Oh no, you see, like that's just it's crazy. His whole thing is Manchester, right? His whole thing is Manchester, but I do think that he didn't even think about what he just said. His whole thing is Manchester, but he was just like, London is the greatest city in the world. What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
All
Manchester Londonism.
By the stability that comes from sound public finances, as I said before, and the discipline of our current fiscal rules.
Right, well, how are you going to... Wait, what? The discipline of our current fiscal rules. The current fiscal rules are the reason why everything is so bad. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hopefully you can. Some of the excitement that comes with the change that I'm setting out.
No one's excited. No one's excited because you're not saying anything.
Today. It promises a new era of possibility.
No.
For Britain. Possibility in places that haven't felt it.
No.
For a very long time. And I know, because I heard that from people on doorsteps in the by-election. But let's give them that feeling, that ability to hope, to aspire to better.
Stealing stuff from the Greens, by the way.
The change will be the biggest change in our lifetimes to the way the country is run. And it is consistent with the 2024 manifesto. We will create a more streamlined state with a clearer purpose to power up all parts of the country and put a laser-like focus on growth and regeneration.
Okay, hang on a minute. Now he's quoting the 2024 manifesto. This is interesting. He's saying that he wants to streamline the state. So, at best, what this means is a Zoran Mossadini level of actually trimming the fat, as it were, out of the civil service structure and stuff like that, right? But in the worst, this would mean austerity cuts for government departments, right? That don't need it. Or like cutting civil service jobs.
Good growth. The change will be driven through the
Hey, RT clearance. Truly, there was no fucking point in kicking out Starmer, or at least no change for material conditions. I mean, the point of kicking out Starmer for the Labour Party is to make everyone pretend that like they're good again. That's all it is. Right? That's all it is.
Minister's office in an extended operation based here.
Care by another face, yeah. Wait, what is that? What is that? Change will be driven through what?
Through the Prime Minister's office in an extended operation based here in Manchester.
Oh yeah, this is the whole thing about like, oh, I'm not going to live at number 10. I'm not going to be at number 10. I'm going to be in Manchester. He's making number 10 Manchester. It's so stupid. It doesn't fucking mean anything. Like, you know, all this says, by the way, all this says, this guy who was my mayor, right, who's now going to be the fucking prime minister, is basically saying, we're turning Manchester more into London. You know how we've turned Manchester into London? Right, well, we're doing it even more because now Downing Street's going to be here. That's cool. That's what I want. That's definitely the kind of thing I want. Yeah, I'll sign the death warrants for tens of thousands, but in Manchester. Manchester, London 2. London 2, Manchester. Trump can run the US from Mar-a-Lago. Why can't I have an office in Manchester? Yeah, basically.
But
he's going to do whatever I want.
Thing, it will only be based here. The job of Number 10 North will be to make power flow into the Midlands.
Okay, now it's starting to get funny.
Into the southwest, into the east of England, and yes, into London, as I said before, as much as into the northeast.
What do you mean?
In the Humber and here in the northwest.
What about Scotland? What about Wales?
It will be about offering new opportunities to extend devolution in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland by taking power deeper down. The people of Dundee and Bangor feel just as distant from Holyrood and the Senedd as they do from Westminster.
Oh, now you're chatting rubbish. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about, mate? You're chatting fucking rubbish.
Now get this. Number 10 North will be the nerve centre of a rewired Britain.
Oh, this is so much more funny than I thought it was. Now get this. Fucking insane statement. Like, you know, now get this. Next words. The most insane thing you've ever heard in your entire life. Move Number 10 every new PM, yeah. Next year, it'll be Bridget Phillipson, and she'll have Number 10 in Newcastle. Great! He was really looking forward to delivering that line.
Distribute power and resources across the UK. It will coordinate...
What do you mean? What does that mean?
All parts of government at national and local level to agree a long-term economic strategy and help all places set new growth ambitions. It will be given a mission to strive for equivalent living conditions in all parts of Britain, borrowing from the German Basic Law.
What?
It will make place-based collaboration the new operating principle for UK PLC, requiring all government departments and agencies to support strategic and local authorities with staffing and resources.
He's trying to, like, flatten out the government. He's trying to, like... This is so crazy, man. There's a reason that Number 10 is in London. How the fuck is he going to do all the parliamentary addresses and meetings? You have to be in London for those, yeah. It just doesn't make sense. So he's just referred to German Basic Law, which I don't know what that is. Because that's not going very well for Germany at the minute, is it? Full citation. Basic Law for the Federal Republic of Germany. In the revised version published in the Federal Law Gazette Part 3. The Parliamentary Council meeting in public session Bonn am Rhein on 23rd of May 1949 confirmed that the Basic Law for the Federal Republic of Germany, which was adopted by the Parliamentary Council on 8th of May 40... It's like a post-war law in Germany. What does he mean? There's all kinds of things in here about human rights and stuff. We don't have any of that. There's like 50,000 pages to it. Is he federating the UK? What's happening?
And let me say this very directly.
Let me say this very directly, interrupted by applause.
And let me say this very directly. The days of Whitehall fighting the devolution power into the regions and nations are over, for good.
The new let me be clear. Let me say this very directly.
I have had 10 years of fighting the Whitehall machine, blocking this place's progress, the progress of people here, and I am simply not prepared to accept the same for any area coming after.
Bro, you gave £2 million to private developers. What are you talking about?
After Greater Manchester.
It's you that's done that. It's you that has stopped progress in Greater Manchester.
The whole of Whitehall will now be required to get behind our places and work together with them to make quicker, more joined-up decisions. Ours will be...
So his whole thing is like, we're restructuring the entire UK government and how it interacts with councils and all this kind of stuff. There's no way it's going to happen. This is just like... This is his half-baked idea of doing something radical, right? Which sounds left-wing broadly, but really, again, as I say, if he's handing more power to councils, he's going to give power to reform councils. All this and still no proportional representation, correct?
A 10-year mission to raise living standards across the land. To do this...
10-year mission. You'll be out in 2.
Number 10 North will support the regions on 3 clear tasks.
Reform will get in, and number 10 North will be burned to the ground.
Reform of essential utilities, reindustrialisation, and the regeneration of places.
Regeneration means gentrification. That's the word, chat. That's the word that they used in Manchester for years. Regeneration. So look forward to some more gentrification.
On utilities, we will ensure all parts of the UK are able to take greater public control of essential services like water, housing, energy and transport, learning from the model that has transformed our bus networks here in Greater Manchester.
Transform them into, I don't know, man, like the same companies that were operating them beforehand, but you just made it cheap. You made the buses cheap and you didn't pay the drivers that much.
We will set out 10-year plans to bring down the cost of these essentials.
10-year plans. Bro heard about the 5-year plan and was like, fuck China, we're doing it better. But it's worse. Somehow, it's somehow worse.
And businesses. On reindustrialisation, we will support every region to set clear and credible industrial ambitions and provide the support to achieve them, encouraging more cross-UK partnership between places.
There are sweeping reforms that he could do tomorrow, that he could announce now and be like, when I get into office, I will do X, Y, Z. And it would immediately make people's lives better. But doing the 10-year stuff, it just doesn't work unless you do that. Yes, why do you need 10 years for that? You don't even need 10 days. It's ridiculous. It's stupid shit.
With complementary industrial clusters, as Cambridge and Manchester have done on life sciences. We will consolidate public and private investment at a place-based level and help all areas establish good growth funds.
So we'll have public-private partnerships everywhere. That's what he's saying.
Here in Greater Manchester. We are such an inventive country, and going forward,
The question is, Andy, is where do all the poor people go, right? Where do all the poor people go? When you've gentrified them out of the place that they were born, or that they migrated to, that they can't live in anymore, where do they go? Where do they go, dude? Hello, Adam, welcome in. Sorry for banning you the other night. And yes, you're right, vote green. Yeah, I guess the poors just die. He bought a preserving agent for the next head of lettuce. That's the 10-year plan. Yes, very good. Very good chatter.
Can be the world's leading innovation nation. This
innovation nation!
Higher growth And I want more world-beating British manufacturers and service providers at the frontier of new technology and exporting to the world. I will back our scientists, technologists, entrepreneurs and creatives, as I have done here, and show how Britain will be the innovation nation.
Yeah. Talk about how you backed creatives in Manchester by giving Aviva, the fucking insurance company that does what do you call it? The fucking genocide in Gaza. The main sponsor of the main fucking artistic fucking venue in the fucking city. It's ridiculous. Just ridiculous. What the fuck is a technologist? I don't know. He's chatting rubbish. He's just chatting utter rubbish.
Of the next decade. We will get better at capturing full value from their ideas for UK PLC by changing the culture in Whitehall when it comes to backing British industry.
Change the culture in Whitehall. Just change the culture in Whitehall, bro. That'll do it.
For too long, UK public procurement policy has been based on chasing cut price deals around the world, rather than helping our own British-based suppliers become more stable and competitive.
I don't think that's true.
No more. From here on, every pound raised from taxpayers...
The entire Tory government was based on cronyism of people who lived in the country.
...will work harder for them, and that approach will apply fully to the Defence Investment Plan.
Great, Defence Investment Plan.
Eligible public contracts are subject to proper social value weighting. And we will do that to make sure British-based companies are in a better position to win those contracts. This change is essential, given the need to build our own resilience in places across the country in an increasingly uncertain world. We need to safeguard sovereign manufacturing and production capability across the country in critical sectors like steel, defence, energy, food and farming, rather than just being prepared to let it go, as we have sadly done in the past.
What?
In return...
Yeah, he's doing nativist industrialism. Yeah, it does sound like that. It sounds like it's moving conveniently towards what I was talking about earlier, which is the Turkification of Britain, right? They want to Turkify, like the US wants to Turkify because the empire is collapsing. So he's like, nativist industrialism. We'll have UK defense contracts. Public-private partnership, but for defense manufacturers. Public-private partnerships, but for, fucking, the utilities and stuff. Can you explain Turkify more? Just turn it into Turkey. Like, you have a dictator leader like Erdogan, and you have a massive military, and you suppress free speech and all that stuff. You turn it into a dictatorship, like an Erdogan-style dictatorship. That's what the US wants to do. That's what Britain is going to try and do. And I guess this is like part of it, right? This is just, we'll stop doing bad things and do good things, but the things that he's describing as good things are actually not that good. Right? Buzzword and catchphrase bingo. I do think he is signifying that he wants to do this liberal military junta. Yeah, kinda. But nativist industrialism is probably the correct term for it. So I appreciate you saying that, Soph, because obviously me saying Turkify is not really like it's not really gonna be recognized by academics or whatever. But that's certainly what it is. On an unrelated note, Children of Men is back on the iPlayer. Yay! Yay, Children of Men. That's like we're forcing the unemployed to work for shitty wages that companies can make more profit. That's more or less what Germany did around 2010. Yeah. Probably going to be similar stuff. Banana Republic in the modern context in our case, except the bananas and missiles for Israel. Yeah. Or missiles for us so that we can attack Russia and that will go very badly. Is Hassan speaking to Professor Jiang? Sorry, is that what's happening? Sorry, I just caught a glimpse of like a stream. Did Hassan speak to Professor Jiang? He did. Was that earlier today? I just saw Joan reacting to it. Professor Jiang, it doesn't matter. It does. Oh, it was last night. It was very funny. Yeah, I bet it was. China is a good example of command economy, one sole legal trade union. Yeah, but you could better believe that the UK is not going to Chinify. There's no way that'll happen. Not unless we have a dual power revolution, you know? It won't happen on its own, is what I'm saying. Schlongy was back before. You missed the chatter's explanation. It's fine. They're not a weirdo. They were just tired. Okay. We are going to raid someone, chat. I'm done. Yeah. Stream's done. Thank you very much, everybody, today for all the support. Appreciate all of you. Thank you this week for all the support. It's been very, very nice. And thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all of the chats, the bits. Don't forget, I have socials. I have YouTubes. I have gaming channels and channels where I will be doing DJ streams next week, not tomorrow, next week. And or it may even be the week after that. I can't remember. I'll let you know when I'm going to do the DJ stream, but it will be on the Donkus Jonkus channel. Yeah, so thank you for all the support. Really appreciate you. Who? Let's go and raid. Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Nicotine. Not raided Nicotine in a long time. She is playing some... is it Mecha Chameleon? No, she is playing Video Store Simulator. Which looks very fun and very silly. Okay, chat. I will be back on Sunday for Red Planet. Make sure you check out the Red Planet stream. Follow the Red Planet stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Red Planet Live. And also check out the Patreon. And also check out the YouTube channel, which is there in the chat as well. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel, yeah? Check out the VOD channel and catch up on the streams that you missed. If you've been watching the stream on the VOD channel, please like, comment, and subscribe. Join me for the raid to Nicotine. We are going to copy and paste the raid messages. If you are a subscriber, you copy and paste the raid message at the top from the /. And if you are not a subscriber, you copy and paste all of the second raid message. I'll see you after the weekend. Enjoy your weekend, chat. Lots of love. Stay excellent to each other. Don't forget, we will win if we organize. Good night and peace.